Okay guys, so let's continue with our topics. This is week 11 and Vsphere 7 Lifecycle Manager that was called Update Manager before. In previous versions is now called Lifecycle Manager in 7, and it's just obviously all patching that is done in Vsphere. So then we have P2V, or physical to virtual, that is to convert a machine, physical machine to a virtual machine, that we may have heard before. And then also a bigger feature in terms of resource consumption, but it's not a very complicated concept. Well, it's one of the most critical ones. So we're going to go for that then. So right now it's Vsphere 7 Lifecycle Manager. Let's grab this. And also there is that backup as well that we need to check. So normally I go for backup topic with one of the most famous software which is used in a lot of companies, and that's Veeam software for virtual environments backup. So I have been using that in the classes as well as in the contract. So for the virtual environment backup, so we're just typing here Veeam software. Okay, so let's go for the Vsphere 7 Lifecycle Manager. What is this and how does it work? What's the purpose? Purpose is patching. So if you've done patching in Windows environment, so you would know WSUS, Windows Server Update Services. So that's the update server here, Lifecycle Manager or Update Manager in previous versions. And there in Windows you patch all the client machines, Windows 7, 10 machines, and then servers, Windows Server 2012, 2016, 2019, and also all the software, and that is the client-side software and server-side software. Now here, what do we patch? So that I'm just gonna click this URL here. Now that's VMware documentation here, and Vsphere Lifecycle Manager, VLCM. So as they say it, consistency across ESXi hosts is essential for creating reliable and high-performing platforms, but is difficult to obtain essentially at scale. So VLCM or Vsphere Lifecycle Manager solves the complexity by enforcing consistency across ESXi hosts in a cluster using a declarative model. So VLCM not only accomplishes this by using an ESXi base image, but extends it with the desired state for firmware and driver versions as well. Now this is talking about, this is not talking about patching actually, this is talking about what else VLCM does other than patching, which is, there is desired DSC is one of the services in Microsoft. I'm just again giving an example of another Microsoft feature called DSC, desired state condition, or the DSC is desired state configuration. What and what it's saying here is consistency, configurational consistency across all ESXi hosts. So basically what it's saying is that suppose you have created here vSwitch1, and that you created in, suppose you have 10 ESXi hosts, you create the vSwitch1 in 10 ESXi hosts. Now there's another administrator in your company, and to resolve quickly resolve a ticket, he or she connected to one of the ESXi and made some changes in one of the vSwitch1 configurations. In suppose ESXi 10, he or she connected and changed some configurations of vSwitch1 just in one ESXi host, which is ESXi 10 suppose. So the consistency configuration checker all checks every 5 or 10 or 15 minutes, up to you, by default 5 minutes, So it checks every 5 minutes if the configuration of all 10 ESXi hosts and whatever else you want check configuration of, is it the same or somebody made a change. So every 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes when it does another check, okay, cool. Yeah. So after a check, when it sees that, oh, vSwitch1 configuration, which is configured in ESXi 1 host up to ESXi 9 hosts, it's the same, but on ESXi 10 it is different. So then you can decide, you can let the consistency checker, which is here VLCM, and in Microsoft it is DSC, desired state configuration. So you can let the configuration checker to either report to you that, oh, somebody made a change in this vSwitch1 configuration, suppose, or you can actually let it simply put the change back to what it was before. Normally you create a baseline image and tell the VLCM that, okay, this is our baseline image, this is the configuration of ESXi that we are supposed to always have, and make sure VLCM that if any of the ESXi hosts have different configuration than this, so either it's up to you to let it report you or to just put it back to what it was supposed to be, the configuration as per the baseline image. So that is just called enforcing consistency across ESXi hosts in a cluster in a declarative model. So that's one of the things that Lifecycle Manager does. In fact, when I started reading from here, and before that, now this is the page for the VMware team, one of the pages for technical team, and they're saying that what changes they are putting there. We greatly improved lifecycle management in Vsphere 7. The new innovations for lifecycle management in Vsphere 7 make it easy for customers to have consistent and up-to-date systems. So that's what we were just talking about, that configurational consistency is achieved here. Up-to-date systems, obviously, that's the other part here, that you need to patch it for latest updates. So the major lifecycle management improvements in Vsphere 7 are Vcenter server profiles, update planner, and Vsphere lifecycle manager. So that's, well, actually other features as well. Vcenter profiles is a way to ensure configuration and version consistency across multiple Vcenter server instances. Well, that's what we were talking about. Update planner helps in making sure that the latest updates are checked for product interoperability and installed for the Vcenter server appliance, Vcsa. So there's an update planner service as well that does this interoperability. It doesn't break anything, and then it is for Vcsa. VLCM is a comprehensive collection of abilities in Vsphere 7 for consistency across ESXi hosts and easier ways to update hosts. So two jobs here: consistency of configuration and easier ways to update hosts. You have a new update released by VMware, you can just deploy it for the ESXi hosts. You have new updates there, so you can simply do those updates, implement those updates here through that with the help of VLCM. So we were talking about consistency, and that's the first part here. The goal is to remove variability between ESXi hosts. This will enable customers to have more efficient upgrades, improved reliability and performance, and easier overall maintenance. So two things when you're doing, obviously the maintenance would be good. First is, hey, don't change anything other than what we want it to be in terms of configuration, right? Consistent configuration. Okay, you created vSwitch 1, vSwitch 2, vSwitch 3 as an example. Suppose you've created that in all 10 hosts. Suppose you have 10 hosts. So you may have, obviously you have a good reason to do that, and you need those 3 extra switches other than vSwitch 0. So you have 4 switches in all 10 hosts, and somebody makes changes on those. So consistency checker inside VLCM will simply either report to you or put it back. And second thing is, obviously you need to update the host with latest critical updates or any other types of updates, bug updates, and regular updates. So whatever updates are there, it also maintains that. So we get to know that VLCM or Vsphere Lifecycle Manager does two most important things: consistency checker, configuration consistency checker, and as update hosts. If we go ahead with the update, desired state, yeah, it's still talking about the consistency checker here, and it says here that when a Vsphere 7 cluster is configured to use a single cluster image, VLCM will replace the baseline methodology. Now, again, what it's saying here is that it normally creates a cluster image, or if you go to ESXi, I'll check the other diagram here. Oh, okay, that's only diagram. The main idea behind what the diagram says that make a default or ideal configuration, and against that configuration, check if suppose you're going for ESXi, so make an ideal ESXi configuration that this is how I want it to be configured, and then check across that baseline all the current ESXi servers here that are these up to date, or are they compliant to that ideal configuration image that we have. That goes same for the cluster image. So you have cluster level configurations there as well. So you want to check across the cluster then if against that ideal configuration, is our cluster actually configured that way, or if somebody moved it or changed some configurations there that is not actually there in the ideal configuration. Should it be reported, or should it be just put back to how it was? So vendor add-ons you've added there, firmware and drivers update you've done there, ESXi version updates you've done there. So an ideal cluster image or configuration or a baseline should have that obviously the best practice, vendor best practice configurations there, and then against that the configuration should be checked for your environment. If I go further down here, so then on this page, now this page link I already put there in OneNote. So they do show all the configurations here, and then this is official VMware videos there, and customizations, and so many in-depth features there. What you can do, and there are so many options there. So obviously, we can see all those options. Now, what I want to go for is the update side of this. How do you update the lifecycle management? So if I go for patching lifecycle management, so patching with lifecycle management, that's what I want to show you. The plan here is that if we, okay, that was Microsoft Azure VNet configurations. Let me grab the diagram. Okay, so the basic diagram even goes really complex. Okay, this is our current environment here, and we have here Vcsa always running, and through Win01 we are connected here, and then controlling the whole environment here. We have the lawns also connected there. Well, the way we had before, and the VSS is there. Now, the plan here is just to go for VLCM, Vsphere Lifecycle Manager. The plan here is to actually use that. Now, before it was called VUM, earlier Vsphere versions, VLCM was known as VUM, or VMware Update Manager. So if you are in a company or you get a client there that actually does not have VLCM because they don't have a 7 version of Vsphere, so the older name was this VUM, or VMware Update Manager. So that would just do patching as well. And if you are able to do patching through VLCM, that's the, well, pretty much the same way the VUM also used to work. So they just changed the name and added some features, extra features there. Okay, so the plan is that we are connected through Vcsa, and we have E6i2 and E6i3. So we need to create a baseline, patch baseline for ESXi patch baseline. What does that mean? Patch baseline is just a collection of security or scalability or driver patches. It's uh, it's a collection of patches for, so is it for virtual machines, is it for ESXi, is it for any third-party application or software? Suppose you go for Veeam software for backing up, do you want to patch that to, there's a replication, there are very long list of third-party and applications and VMware applications, like monitoring applications, vRealize, and that's a very expensive license, one-stop monitoring application, vRealize. You purchase the license, you added it here, you want to update that, so obviously it's the update manager, so it can update whatever you want to update here. So it's a collection of patches for ESXi, VMs, or appliances. Those are called third-party appliances. Third-party appliances, which are, you have a virtual machine and an operating system is there and a third-party application installed on top of that, and you just need to purchase a license, customize it, and connect it to your Vcenter server appliance, not application, Vcsa. So if you deploy just some third-party application or other VMware appliances for different applications there, so it can patch those as well, etc. Right? So let's go ahead and try to check it out. That E6i patch baseline, it's a collection of patches for E6i, and I'll just go ahead and try to check out first of all the environment. It was not giving any errors, which is very good news. And so here, NY cluster, there's E6i2, E6i3. The two hosts are here, and one virtual machine is just up. Now we can actually try to stop any virtual machine that is working because of limitation of our hardware. Suppose you have 64 GB RAM, or or more than 32, then you're good. Even 32, it's nice for a running environment, unless we add some big feature again. So here we have, let me just check my NY cluster. I'm going to click my cluster here. I'm going to go for configure. Why? Because I need to check if my DRS is on. Yes, it is on, and Vsphere availability, it is on. Okay, so we're good. And so that's the first thing. Now I was not able to do the fault tolerance, so FT is not configured in my environment. But obviously, if you had done it, it would be configured in your environment. Patching obviously can be done on any kind of configurations. So in my case, I don't have FT, but when you're going for patching an E6i host and putting some updates there, that with FT or without FT, it really doesn't matter. It's gonna update. It should. There should be no conflicts. So the plan here is that we're going to go to E6i2, and then we're going to go to E6i3 one by one, and we're going to enable the updates there, or patching. Now you can see that if I click NY cluster, you can see that on the last tab, there's updates written here. If I go to E6i2, there's updates written here, and obviously E6i3, there's updates written here. But that's on the cluster level. Then this is on the hypervisor level. If I go to virtual machine VM01 and updates tab is there. Now in older versions, you had to install VUM manually on a Windows machine. or a Linux machine, I guess. So and then you have to connect that VMware Update Manager to Vcenter, and then it would start showing this update tab here. But in 7, VCSA 7, actually I'm talking about the Windows environment. If you had VCSA 6.7 or 6.5, updates was already added there, so you didn't have to install VOM separately. For Windows version you had to install. Okay, so we get that there's a cluster level update tab there, and ESXi2 level, ESXi3 level updates there as well. So let's go for ESXi2 level first, or like ESXi level updates, and check that when we click the ESXi2 and see the updates tab and click the updates tab. So what do we actually see there? So on the host level, there is a baselines feature here. Then there is hardware compatibility, VMware tools for the virtual machines that are on top of this particular host. Do they all have VMware tools or not? And then there is VM hardware. So VM hardware. So baselines is the first one, and that just shows you installed on host. Then there is whatever baselines, whatever the build is there. So whatever number of updates are already there. So that's the build. I think our builds are all same, but they could be different as well. Well, if you download it directly from there, from VMware, and install yourself. So the thing is that I see here it's the version as 7.0.1, and host compliance is non-compliant baseline 0, 1 unknown baseline. Well, that's showing for me because I just put a test baseline there before the class. Maybe it's not showing for you 1 or unknown baseline. So and patch including 0 critical security. So well, we didn't start any patching, so it is just showing this 000. We're still in the baseline. If we go down here, so there's ready to remediate. And what is the meaning of remediate? That if you want to deploy any new security updates or regular updates or driver updates, firmware updates, any kind of updates you want to deploy to the hypervisor, then you click the remediate button. Remediate means you want to implement or you want to install updates or not, right? So remediate just means that. And if I further go down, so there are some baselines, attached baselines. So there are some default baselines here that are their host security patches predefined by VMware. You know, when you deploy a host, there are some patches that are already deployed. Suppose you downloaded the ESXi 7 6 months ago. So there were some, at that time, whatever patches were released, they were added there to that image that we downloaded and then installed. If we download today ESXi 7, so whatever patches till now were released will be added to that image as well. So whatever patches were already there at that time when we downloaded, so those are always there. Critical host patches are also there, and there's obviously you don't have that, but I have because I created that. So I'll select that, and can I delete that? Okay, I can detach that. Okay. Ignore what I'm doing because that you don't have that, so detach. Okay. So this is the attached baselines. We're going to be creating and attaching a baseline to this particular host here. But what is a baseline? We're going to go inside and we're going to check it out. But before that, I'm going to go up there and go to the second option here, hardware compatibility. And this is also part of the updates. Hardware compatibility, discover and resolve potential hardware compatibility issues. Select your target ESXi version to begin. The Vcenter server is not joined in Customer Experience Improvement Program. To enable this feature, please join VMware's Customer Experience Improvement Program. So, well, that's what we unchecked when we were connecting remotely to each hypervisor. So they're just saying that you want to join this or not. It's up to you. Now, the second. So obviously this is what it asks me, and after that what it does, if our virtual machine or hypervisors were downloaded, installed directly on a hardware, it would have then given us some compatibility reports here as well. We're on a nested virtual environment. So there's VMware tools here, and this is the other section, and it says that obviously I didn't install all of my machines are actually not, they don't have operating system. So if we had installed and it detects that VMware tools are installed, it would just give you the status report there. So one or two machines, wherever you install VMware tools. So that's a good thing. VMware tools are really, really, really critical, and it's a must to have every virtual machine the VMware tools, because they help the virtual machine communicate with the whole VMware environment in terms of security and scalability and disaster recovery. Okay, so that's the report for VMware tools, and then there's VM hardware. VM hardware, right? So that's not ESXi hardware, this is virtual machine hardware. What is that? Virtual machine hardware is vCPU, virtual CPU, virtual memory, virtual network adapter, and virtual storage, everything virtual, but it's hardware. So are they up to date? And well, I never updated them, so obviously they're not. So there's a check status here, and that is checking a scan. There's a scan that just ran, and in the recent tasks it says that, okay, I didn't select anything. I'll select all and then check status again. It runs the scan, and I have just empty machines here. It doesn't have operating systems. There 7 of 9 VMs are up to date. So up to date means what? So there's that Vsphere 7 update 1 and later version 18. So hardware version is version 18. There is that VCLS, and I click that VCLS machine there. So guest managed for any updates, check with the guest OS vendor, and I may have different guest here. So upgrade to match. So they're just saying that this is 6.0 and later version, which is version 11. So you want to upgrade it to version 18. Maybe when I was creating that machine, so it was maybe I put a backward compatibility version. So it is like that. So it just offers, I'm just going to click back here to go back to where we were. And if I just select that VCLS, which is showing version 11, which is 6.0, not 7. So there is upgrade available, it says that. So we can just put those patches there in baseline and really deploy that. If I click again, so upgrade to match host. This is an option here. There's a clickable option here, right? So I selected only this, which shows that it's not up to date. Version 18 is not there, which is for 7.0 virtual machines. So if I click that, update, upgrade. So upgrade VM hardware to match host ESXi2. Upgrading a virtual machine might require that it is powered on, powered off, or rebooted multiple times. Only 5 virtual machines can be updated per host at one time. One VM will upgrade, so this is the current status. And VMware does not recommend upgrading hardware on virtual appliances from here. Consider deselecting any VAs. What is VA? Virtual appliance. Virtual appliance is again that third-party application deployed in a virtual machine. Suppose you go for firewall software, Fortinet firewall software, software firewall, and all firewalls and load balancers are having their software versions in virtual environments as well as especially in cloud. When you go to Microsoft Azure Cloud, you go to to AWS Cloud or Google Cloud. So you can see there are the virtual versions of firewalls, virtual load balancers are there for their virtual machines and containers. So, well, if you have any VAs, they're saying that you can separately upgrade VA or a third-party application installed in a VMware virtual machine. You just manually upgrade that according to that application's vendor documentation. So here, I have that VCLS, and one VCLS is there. In fact, there are 2 that got created. So I'm just going to select both that upgrade from the older version to newer version. I'm going to click upgrade to match host, And well, I did that here in a test environment without any fear, but in production environment, obviously I will think twice, and I would make a copy of that in a test environment and check that does it break anything or not, and then we're good. We're supposed to be good. So upgrade available. It initial guest host is completed. So OS template is completed. So this means I can just select all. Oh, it was still going on. So I'll select all and check status. So this is just few activities that you can regularly do, or if tickets are created, you can just go ahead and check it out. Check status. If I put here, so again the scan entity started, and the status is going to, and it completed here. It's still VCLS 1 still. Oh, now it says up to date. I was going to say still. So it was a matter of time. So actually it is not even showing there, but the version should be there. It should be updated. I'm going to go for baselines, and I'm going to try to get this to go down to why, because oh, not going down. Yeah. Okay. Well, so baselines, we can go for ESXi latest updates, right? So we can update ESXi 2, we can update ESXi 3, and obviously our favorite ESXi 1 as well. Once we update the ESXi, now we need to check the updates here if they will require a reboot, right? So they will update, but it will require a reboot. So in that case, what will happen to the ESXi where our Vcsa is? In a production environment, obviously, we would we need to update ESXi 1, suppose. It's not suppose, we have to update all ESXi if there are critical updates, obviously. So we can simply migrate the Vcsa from this ESXi to that ESXi, and then update it and restart it, and then migrate back the Vcsa to there. Remember one thing, in our environment specifically, this ESXi is having 12 GB RAM. Other has actually 4 GB or 6 GB RAM. So Vcsa for its own running needs at least 10 GB RAM minimum. So that's why we're keeping it out from everything else, because of the limitation of hardware and because it's a test environment. And so ESXi 2, we're on this one first, and I'm on the baseline now after clicking updates. And if I go further down here, so there's that attach written here, and attach baselines. So some which were created by VMware are already there, but if we click that attach, so there are more options here. One is attach baseline or baseline group. Another is create and attach baseline, and create and attach baseline group. So obviously the first one is when you have a baseline to attach, you go for this option. And there, the second one, create and attach, we're going to be creating and attaching a baseline. Why? Because we need to know how to create a baseline and how to attach it and how does it all work. After that, what do? We also need to discover that. So we're going to go for create and attach baseline. And what is a baseline? It's a collection of latest updates. Whatever updates were released, security updates, driver updates, firmware updates, regular updates, it's just a collection of that. So we can say ESXi-patch baseline dash your first name, just to make it unique for our lab only. And I'll Control C and Control V that in the description. So, or whatever name you want to give. And then there is, hey, do you want to upgrade to, suppose there's a update 2 release for ESXi, update 3 release for ESXi, update 4 release for ESXi. You want to put that there. You want to simply upgrade. So there's a patch, there's an upgrade. So upgrade would be the newer edition of that. Suppose it's 7.2. version has been released, or all together 8 point something is released, so you can upgrade that. So where there's an upgrade, but there's a patch as well. If we need to actually select patch, when we talk about extension, extension is just extra software. It's not extra, other third-party software that has been attached to the ESXi, and you want to update that. So VMware, no, there is replication software. There are a very long list of software that could be attached to ESXi in terms of monitoring software, in terms of replication software. You want to upgrade the extensions, which are just software attached to the ESXi 2, ESXi 3, or any ESXi. So we're going to go for patching the ESXi itself, and that's the ESXi 2. So we're creating a baseline for that. So if we click that patch ESXi 2, and then I'm going to click next, and there you can see criteria: matched, excluded, selected. So set criteria for adding patches automatically. This baseline with continually change. This baseline with continually change to add new patches that match the criteria. You can, hey, is that grammatically correct? This baseline with continually change. Will continually change to add new. I think it's supposed to be will here. Anyway, you can also specify patches to exclude. Suppose you don't want to include any patches. So what is this screen about? We're selecting which type of patches to be deployed. So any patches or VMware patches. Now obviously any and VMware is the same. Why? Because in older versions from VMware Update Manager, there was Cisco here as well mentioned. Now Cisco is not available there. So in 7.0. So everyone's going towards cloud. So maybe they've removed it. And anyway, VMware is also in the cloud. VMware on AWS, VMware on Microsoft Azure, VMware on Google Cloud. So any is okay here because if we select VMware, that's the only other choice here. So anyone you can select. So that's the first thing, patch vendor. We're selecting VMware. That's the only one there. Then second thing is severity level. So severity level is, I'm going to go down here. So severity level is critical, important, moderate, and low. So 4 severity levels are there. So you want to update just the critical software updates, or you want to critical and important, or suppose I click that critical and then press the control on the keyboard and then keep on selecting what I want, what I don't want. Suppose I want to go for this or this and unselect this. So we can just go for any here as well. And then product. So which product are you updating? Ours is this ESXi 7.0.1. 7.0 we don't have in our environment. 7.0 or asterisk if we put there. Suppose we have, if it's like that, so suppose we have 7.0.1 and 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 if there were, and we have all those different versions. So you want to update all those. We specifically have 7.0.1, so we're selecting that. And category, is it security category, bug fix category, or enhancements? Enhancement there. So I'll keep here any as well. Otherwise, normally update numbers change if you just select this critical for what, security, or critical for bug fix, or critical for enhancement. So whichever combination you select. So some of the patches that are available are unselected then. So overall, it's VMware severity level, any severity level, but the product is specific 7.0.1 because that's the only one we have in our environment. And category is also any security, bug fix, or enhancement, we will deploy that. You want to choose any of those. So suppose there were some security patches or important or moderate patches, bug fixes or enhancements that were released on this, after this date, or before this date, so you can choose that too. We're just selecting whatever is there, just, let's patch it, let's install it. So I'm gonna, after selecting all this, we're gonna click next. Well, sorry, here there's a matched. On this page, we were on criteria. Also, there's a check mark here, automatically update this baseline with patches that match the following criteria. Yeah, this is the criteria we have. So if we click that, there's one match. This component provides the high availability services for Vsphere virtual machines on ESXi. Okay, so excluded, nothing excluded, selected. This component provides the high availability services for Vsphere. Okay, so there's only one patch available right now because I selected 7.0.1. Suppose I select any, so it changed to 3 matched. Suppose I keep it selected any and then go back there to check that what are the other patches. NXI node agent for Kubernetes. NXI node agent for Kubernetes. Other than that, it's a high availability for virtual machines. So the other patches were available for older version. We have, within this list, we have the newest version here. So it already has that patch of Kubernetes agent. So that's why that was not selected. Okay, so one patch, only, and that's a Vsphere availability feature that we're about to install on our hypervisor. And so let's click next. And it says add patches manually. Optionally select patches that will always be in the baseline, in this baseline. And so if you still want to select that agent for Kubernetes, then you can select that. It is not selected here because 7.0.1 already has it, so we don't need to select it. And click next. Okay, this is the name. It's baseline type is patch, vendor, any, and yeah, that's what our selections are. And we'll click finish. So there's that third baseline that we have added here. So now what happens is that this ESXi2 will be scanned for this baseline. If the patches in the ESXi2 are exactly the same as those in this baseline, obviously we just added that, so it may not be there. So normally it's not going to show it as a compliant. Oh, in fact, it's not even showing a not compliant here. If I select this, so there are some more options here that can be. So first of all, this is when we went to attach, we went for create and attach. This means that it not only created this, but it attached it to ESXi2 as well. If you don't attach, then you cannot remediate, which means if you don't attach the baseline, you cannot install the baseline patches. The baseline, we just have one patch there, right? Selected there. So this is attached already to ESXi2 as well. And then second thing is, you want to detach, obviously that's what we don't want to do. Then there's a stage, that is the third one. So what is stage? The idea behind stage is that it can do some of the heavy work, So some of the work, so let me give an example from Exchange Server mailbox migration. Suppose you're doing a migration of mailbox, and mailbox is just an email box of any user. So suppose there are 20 mailboxes there, and the size of those mailboxes each is 10 GB. There's so many emails and attachment that the size is 10 GB. So the boss says, hey, you're going to migrate these 10 mailboxes from one Exchange server to another, or to online, Exchange Online. So and you're going to do that at 7 p.m. today. And so you think that, oh, okay, I will start the migration of mailboxes there. So why don't I do the heavy lifting work from now on? So staging just means that you can stage that mailbox. We're still giving an analogy of that. Stage that mailbox. So the 10 GB data will keep on. It will start migrating right away throughout the day. If it does not affect your bandwidth, obviously you can start that. And it will just suppose it has done all the heavyweight work, that the 10 GB has been already migrated to the destination, but only the name, that's a very small thing. The name is supposed to be, the name of the mailbox needs to be moved from the source to the destination. So staging just means that do the heavy duty work already, and when you are about to do the actual task, just click it and it doesn't have to migrate or download or move anything. It just simply shifts the name from the source to the destination. Uh, so this is how does it match here. So if you want to stage without staging, if you start deploying this patch, so what will happen, it's just a name of the patch that is showing here. It's going to download from VMware site that patch file, and then it's going to deploy. So we just have one patch. If we had like 20, 30, 80 patches there, right, and we wanted to implement it in ESXi2. So if we go to stage, then it will download everything, and when you're about to actually start the patching, when you click the patch, the downloading part will not happen, and it would have downloaded already everything, and it will just simply start installation right away. And so it's just about saving time before you start anything. In the background, you want some heavy task to be run that could have taken time when you have started at suppose 7 p.m. Staging is just that that you stage it, just do the heavy duty work before. And then there's remediate. So if I click the stage here, so there's that I've selected that patch, and there's a stage 0 staged here, and normally and there's that this component right, yeah, it's just giving an explanation there. This if I click the stage and are we connected to internet there? So it just simply downloads that patch instead of when we click the remediate, then it should download and then install, right? So that is staging. And this then the next one is remediate. Oh, seriously, it says compliant already. Okay, so I'm gonna click remediate. So it downloaded is there, but did it install? Did the stage do the installation already and checked it as well across the baseline? So because it says compliant here already. So it was just one small patch here. If we had gone for 6.5 version, older version, we used to have 20 patches there, and some of those patches were big, and also they required rebooting a lot. And one more thing about patching that I did not mention is that for patching, normally patching is done after putting the host, which you can call it E6i, hypervisor, or host, into maintenance mode. And when we put any host on maintenance mode, the virtual machines cannot run on that. So it won't go into the maintenance mode if virtual machines are powered on there. It will say that shut it down or vMotion it somewhere else, right? So if I go back here now, some patches do not require a restart of the host. Some patches may not even require the host to be going to maintenance mode. They're so harmless, they just get in the background and do not disrupt anything even, right? But obviously every patch has to be tested and cannot be deployed blindly. Okay, so this is selected, and I'm going to click the remediate anyway, although if it is compliant, that was our purpose, that this baseline, this E6i host should be compliant to this baseline. I'm just going to still go for remediate here while selecting this baseline. So once we go to the remediate, host is ready to remediate. Okay, it says that one host will remediate, which just means that this patch will be installed actually in the host. And it does say 0 stage. This means the staging was not required in this case. And then there's install written here, right? If I expand that, so it would be the status of installation, and scheduling options will remediate immediately. Right now it is on remediate immediately, but you want to schedule it to some other time, you can just schedule it here. And remediation settings, if we go down to this one, what are your settings for remediation? You're about to remediate it. You're about to install the updates. So VMware Power State, do not change VMware Power State, VM Power State, virtual machine, right? My machines are shut down. In production environment, either I would shut down the machine or remotion them away from the host that I'm doing a remediation of updates on. Okay, retry entering maintenance mode in case of failure, 3 attempts every 5 minutes. PXE boot, so it says that if when you need to remediate, you have to put the host on maintenance mode. So if not, if it doesn't go to the maintenance mode, then try 3 times after every 5 minutes, after interval of 5 minutes. PXE booted hosts disallow installation of additional software on PXE booted hosts. What is PXE? Pre-boot execution environment. PXE booted hosts are, when you deploy OS image or hypervisor image over the network to an empty bare metal machine. So that that machine normally first boots. It is empty and it starts with PXE. What happens with the PXE is, so suppose there's a E6i host here. It is a physical machine actually, right? So physical machine. Okay, wow, PM. Okay, physical machine and PHY. Okay, let me just and MCH. Physical machine, and that is empty right now, bare metal. But it has a network card, and the NIC all normally has the PXE feature here, and pre-boot execution environment. But what does this feature do? The only responsibility of this feature is that if the machine is empty and has no operating system or hypervisor to boot from, it's gonna boot from the network or boot from the network card. And what's the responsibility of PXE? To search for our DHCP. Hey, is there a DHCP in the environment? And if there is a DHCP, it's going to reply, yes, I'm here. And then the negotiation or acknowledgements start that do you need, so suppose there is a DHCP server here, and the DHCP server then just talks to this and say that, oh, you want an IP? Okay, there's an IP for you. So PXE booted machines are those which are bare metal. They start and then they search for a DHCP. The PXE functionality, the PXE code in the chipset of NIC is supposed to search for a DHCP and get an IP for a bare metal machine. Why? It's an empty machine and it has an IP now. This means that over the network, the empty machine can be accessed. So this means that this is a DHCP server. Then there is a server that deploys images. So you can deploy an image of an OS with applications installed inside, or you can deploy an image of a hypervisor configured here to an empty machine. So those are PXE booted hosts where you have deployed the image over the network. And I'll press escape here. So installation of software, additional software on PXE booted. So PXE booted hosts, it's just the configuration there that disallow any extra software there by the patching or remediation process. VM migration, do not migrate powered off and suspended VMs to other hosts. Now, if the VMs are already powered off and suspended, so you don't have to move it away because maintenance mode is okay with that. Maintenance mode still asks that, hey, do you want to move it away or not? So it says do not here. Disconnect removable media devices. Normally this is when you have attached the ISO of an operating system to the virtual machine. So then it would not go ahead with the maintenance mode. If the virtual machine is powered on, first of all, it would not go for maintenance mode. And if there are other media devices, so also if there's a USB connected physically to the HP, suppose it's an HP physical server on top of which there's a hypervisor. So any media devices that are there, then also it will not go to maintenance mode. Quick boot, and that is quick boot significantly reduces the time taken for a host to reboot. It is supported only on select platforms, and there's an article there that which hardware, if you have installed, then it supports quick boot. Check host health after installation. Obviously, we need to check the health of the host. Ignore warnings about unsupported hardware. Suppose there is unsupported hardware. Because of this, do you want the remediation of the latest updates to be stopped? So it says don't stop the update of the host, just simply ignore the warnings of hardware and keep updating the ESXi host. Well, so if I go up there, so these are the remediation settings, and this is if you want to schedule it some other time, and then this is ESXi to the actual patch. We just have one patch. If we had 20-30 patches, then you would see it taking much longer time. Now I haven't manually put the host on maintenance mode, right? I haven't done that. I'm going to click still the remediate button. Does it try to put this host on maintenance mode itself, or will it ask us that, hey, can you please put it on maintenance mode and then come back here and then click the remediate button? Thank you. I'm going to click remediate here, and no updates were available for remediation. Why is that? Because as soon as I put the stage there, that update actually got either it got installed. Most probably that update is already there as well. So as soon as I check that, oh, do I have that update? What? Oh, I have that. Or it's a harmless one that it didn't even need a. It's, we can say, a seamless one, not harmless one, seamless. That it just simply deployed and it checked the baseline with the current update level of ESXi, and it found it compliance. If the compliance is there, that's what was the actual end result of what we were doing here. If it already shows compliant with that baseline, there's nothing to do. It's already compliant. That's what we were here to achieve. So this much we have here. If we had older version 6.7, 6.5, we could have gone through the process and it would have put it on maintenance mode and simply made us wait for deployment of updates. It would have restarted the ESXi, and then after that it would have given that green compliant. So since we have no update, it's still the latest version. It's 7.0. It's not been enough time there spent that new updates are needed. One more thing about VMware is that they also say that VMware is more stable than Microsoft. So Microsoft always have updates every month, and VMware does not have, even throughout the year, they may not have a lot of updates. It's a very strong software. It's a very strong platform, and they don't. If there are loopholes, obviously, if there are any issues, obviously, then they will release updates, right? If your software is working so good that you don't need updates, then obviously you won't see any updates coming. So even after 6 months, you might not see a lot of updates. Unlike Microsoft, they actually experiment on the whole planet. They have to release some certain software at certain date because of shareholders, and then they say, okay, when they report it, then we'll put an update there, and they have to purchase our support contract to do that. So, wow. Anyway, so when I click remediate, there is nothing to remediate. Well, it's actually a good news, and we don't have to put any new. I'm going to close that now because if it says compliant, that's why I'm saying I'm still going to go for remediate just to show the options and explore all the features there. But it's already compliant with that one patch that was needed. If I uncheck that, And there was check. Okay, it says compliant. If this is there, you don't need to even come here in the update section if the compliant is good. One more is there was a button to show installed. Okay, I'll click the show installed here as well, install on host. Yep, the one that we were checking is already it's installed. Staging just installed it. Okay, so they don't give me the update. Just check if there are new updates in the VMware site, right? So normally there used to be a button there that would click. I would click and it would just go to the website and check it out. Project remediation, no, and it would check it out if there are any updates from VMware site that needs to be deployed. Okay, because there's not needed and this is the latest version, so we don't see anything here as well. VMware tools and Veeam hardware, so pretty much we are good to go here for ESXi2. So we're going to do the same thing on ESXi3. If I go there to ESXi3 and still the view is the updates, there's that baseline here, and two unknown baselines is showing there. The compliance here is unknown, so we can go through the process to simply show that it is compliant. And if I click the show installed here already without going through the remediation process, right? So show installed actually doesn't show that update that we selected. And if I go further down, so yes, we will simply go for the baseline here as well. Do we need to create a baseline, or can we technically use the baseline that we create for ESXi2 for ESXi3 as well? So we can check that out here. If I click the attach, instead of creating, first I will go to attach baseline or baseline group. And does it see the baseline that we created here in ESXi2? So I'm going to click that attach baseline, and so it does see the baseline that I created for one host for the other host as well, which makes perfect sense that it should. And if I go further down, it shows host security patches, critical host patches, non-critical patches predefined already. They were by default available there. So I'm going to click that ESXi patch baseline and attach. So I created that for ESXi2, but obviously this is exactly the same version 7.01. So why not use it here as well? And select it. Instead of stage this time, I'm going to click remediate. So I'm going to click remediate here, and host is ready to remediate. One host will remediate, and it's ready. Patches 1, extension 0, remediation ready. If I go further down, install one update, it shows here the same thing that we saw before. Scheduling options will remediate immediately. Yeah, so we want to remediate immediately, and the remediation settings are showing exactly the same options as well. So if I go up, and I'll click remediate here, and the remediation is happening now. It is done, and it's also compliant. Okay, that was fast. Well, there was one patch here that was also very small, and it didn't require any reboot as well. So nothing much here. So when I click the stage, it downloaded and it actually deployed that as well. So compliant was already there, but here now ESXi3 is compliant as well. Now we can go for ESXi1 as well, and that VMware high availability option. Now here we have a machine up already, right? If I expand that, so that's where we are controlling the whole environment. Best practices, move the machine away to some other host and then just simply update this one as well. But from the previous host, we saw that this option did not even restart anything. It didn't take much time, although we don't take anything for granted in production environment. Here I could go ahead and simply update it without moving anything. And will the remediate even let us do that? Because remediation checks that if the host is in maintenance mode, first thing. Second thing, if there's any powered on machine here. Now I would want to leave it alone A6A1 because we need to cover Vsan as well. About Vsan, which is a big feature, if you need to suppose configure Vsan on E6I2 and 3, then they have to be on the same update level, patch level. So patching is directly related to the next lab VLAN. What happens is that well, from here we're only controlling, and it's not going to E6I1. We're not going to include it in did I say VLAN? Vsan, sorry, Vsan. So that's why well, the E6I hosts have to be on the same patch level. Suppose it was on a different patch level, so Vsan doesn't get ahead. It doesn't go ahead and do anything. Okay, so what we need to do is that we can just keep it on, it's simply irresistible. So I want to see that error that is showing that we cannot go ahead, although I should just keep it. I wish I had a copy of this and for that I need more resources. Oh, if I make a clone out of this, it's gonna take a long time, and also clone as template to library. Wow. Okay. Oh, that was this. Yeah. And Vsan. So we're not gonna include this in Vsan, and we can test it in a copy environment. I could just copy all 4 of these host virtual machines, and then I could just run it on that. Otherwise, basically, what I'm expecting is that the patch would just seamlessly install without touching, without doing anything. So I'm just in the middle of making a decision. Most probably I would want to leave it alone because we need this for future labs as well. Okay, I'm gonna go. E6I2 is updated, E6I3 is updated, and well, that was the main thing. But if I go for E6I2 here and right click on top of that E6I2, there was a maintenance mode here. Now maintenance mode is just like safe mode if you have gone through that for Windows machines, that no drivers are started, and it just simply you can troubleshoot here anything, or you can do obviously maintenance. So if you had to put the machine on maintenance mode, this is how it is done. So right click here and go to maintenance mode, and then there's a enter maintenance mode. So once I click the enter maintenance mode, then it says a host in maintenance mode does not perform any activities on virtual machines, including virtual machine provisioning, which is deploying virtual machines. The host configuration is still enabled. The enter maintenance mode task does not complete until the above state is completed. You might need to either power off or migrate the virtual machines from the host manually. You can cancel the enter maintenance mode task at any time. So it does say that, hey, you want to move powered off and suspended machine. Suppose those machines are critical, but they're suspended or powered off temporarily. I'm going to uncheck that. Don't move my machines there. It's okay. And well, I'm just showing that how to put a host on maintenance mode, although we don't need it right now. So I'm going to press OK. It says here there are 1 or more powered on virtual machines on hosts. E6I2. The operation will proceed once all virtual machines are powered off or migrated to another host. And you can see in the recent tasks, it is trying to go ahead. So I'm just going to press OK here. And it is on maintenance mode now. Why? How do you know? Well, it says here maintenance mode, and its icon is changed to roadside maintenance kind of icon. So if I also move it, yes, it shows here maintenance mode anyway. So in order to exit out of the maintenance, suppose you did the patches, suppose you did the upgrade and you want to go for come back to maintenance mode, so I can right click here and simply go to the maintenance mode and simply exit maintenance mode. I'm going to click that and it comes back, coming back to maintenance, to the normal mode. Okay, so it's detected there. Now this is all for the updates through VLCM there, Vsphere Lifecycle Manager, and the thing is that this is pretty straightforward process, and they've made so many improvements there from the previous versions. I can see that, and then it does offer a lot of other things as well. VMware hardware and VMware tools. If I go to menu here, so there is administration, tasks, events, tags, and there's a lifecycle manager written here as well. So if I click that lifecycle manager, so there is then E6i versions, vendor. So first of all, image depot, and that is okay. So image depot updates. If I click the updates here, and remove baselines is showing here as well. But we did that tasks there on directly on the hosts, and imported ISOs. So if you have any ISOs, could not find any ISOs here, create a baseline for that ISO to deploy it on the machine, and then baselines. So these are the baselines. Our created baselines are also here now. And you could create new baseline. A baseline group is just a group of baselines. Suppose you want to select this baseline plus security patches baseline plus critical host patches baseline, and then deploy them together. So you can do that too in a baseline group. And then there are settings here. So automatic download settings, administration, patch downloads has. You can edit that as well. Automatic downloads enabled. And automatic download task name, VMware vSphere Lifecycle Manager update download. So it's programmed to download all the updates automatically whenever they are available. Check new notification is just doing something here. Well, anyway, I'm going to click that edit here for the patch downloads for automatic download settings. I'm going to click the edit here. And once I click that, so it shows here download schedule every 1 day starting at this. So it's 6/2/2021, and at 6:22 p.m. it's going to download. You can change that schedule as well. Download task description, and upon task completion send emails too. So you can connect it to the Exchange or server, and it would send you notifications on your email that the task is downloaded. So I'm gonna click cancel here, and patch setup. So there are this is the area which I was looking for on the host level that are showing here. These are the websites that are shown that the patch management connects to, just like in if you have done the updates in Windows environment, WSUS, Windows Server Update Services. So it connects to the update.microsoft.com, and then download any available patches from there. So those patches are downloaded here. So there's a change download source. We're not supposed to actually change any download source, and if your internet connection goes through Proxy, Lifecycle Manager now uses proxy settings from Vcenter Server Appliance. Log into the Vcenter Server Appliance management interface to view and update the proxy settings. So it does use proxy, and if you have that proxy, you can put it. Well, basically, it just, in our case, we don't have any proxy software to go through to put an address off, so it should just download. Now there's connectivity status that is showing validating. So if I select that, it's enabled right now, and it says host update.vmware software add-on, and add-on VM depot index. Okay, then there is a website for software and VMware Update Manager, older name for that, production main VM depot. Again, this is not add-on, this is main. And then, well, they have different sites too, and VMware tools related update you can download from this site. So it actually shows that it's not connected to internet, and that is why we don't have to see a lot of updates. Just one update. So yeah, other than that, still yes, it is stable software. It won't have that many, even if the patch is downloaded from the internet. It says, but it says connectivity status right now is not connected, right? So we are connected to our. So this machine is connected to internet, but this here we're connected remotely to this machine. We're inside this machine, and this machine has connectivity with the VSS, and that VSS is connected to the physical adapter, and that is just it's not connected to internet right now. So Vcsa is not connected to internet. So there's another administration page where we need to go and check it out if the machine is connected to internet. So it could download the latest software. If I go there, there was another there is another URL here. When we installed which means there was an administration URL, and we can go there and simply, yeah. So this is 5480 vcsa dot netplus dot local, and 5480 instead of 443 is where we're connected now. 5480 if you use at the end, then it connects to directly the VCSA administration, so that appliances administration page. It's not handling the whole environment. The whole environment is configured from here, maintained and managed from here. This is just maintenance of that particular VCSA virtual machine. So I'll just grab that and go inside here and open another browser tab within the Win01, and yep, it's appliance management page. I need to go there. Root is the username, and the class password small abc 123.123. So we're in the administration of vCenter server management of the VCSA itself, and if I go to monitor, since I'm here, I'll just check it out, and access, yeah, things okay. Networking, well, there's a proxy setting, HTTP, HTTPS showing there, and now first thing is that it's living inside E6i1. Is E6i1 itself having internet connection or not? So if I click that, then I right click here and go to settings. So they're connected to the local network adapters here, right? And if they are not connected to bridge or NAT, they don't have internet connection. They have just internet 15. They're just locally connected to each other. We do have another adapter here, right? So that's the second network adapter. We can connect it to NAT to get us internet for this machine. and I just selected it for NAT, so now it looks like this, and press OK for the second adapter. But is that second adapter of the, so this adapter was the physical adapter of the supposed to be physical machine, which is our this machine, virtual machine, although so once we have 4 adapters here, but second adapter is connected to internet. Now the virtual machine living inside the host here, hypervisor host, right? That virtual machine is having any connection to the second adapter or not? That's what we don't know, right? So if I go to the diagram, so we have a NIC, network interface card here. That's the only NIC Vcsa has, and let me just create on E6i1 that we have 2 NICs here, right? Now this first NIC is connected, right, and it is connected to the VSS, and the second NIC is so there's a second NIC. Now this NIC we can add in Vcsa, that obviously has to connect to VSS or the vSwitch 0, or we can create a vSwitch 1, and that vSwitch can connect it to the second adapter, which is actually connected to NAT. This is connected to NAT. This is connected to VMnet 15. Okay, so this is connected to VMnet 15 here, and this is connected to NAT. VMnet 15 is what every other adapter is connected to, and it's a local network, so there's no internet through VMnet 15, but through NAT there's internet. But we don't have Vcsa second network card inside to connect to the. So I'm gonna go check inside the Vcsa virtual machine if we can add another network adapter that can connect to the physical adapter that has NAT configured to it. So if I go to the, for that I need to remotely connect from Win01 to the E6i1 to check the virtual machine of Vcsa that is running inside the host E6i1. So for that, I'm inside here, Win01. I'm going to click another tab in the browser because I need to remotely connect here. I have put down that security option of normal lockdown, so I can, although I can connect from Vcenter to that E6i, but I can also still connect from that just typing E6i directly from browser. So if the normal lockdown mode is enabled, you can't do that. But I'm separately connecting to that hypervisor by just typing the name. That is only possible if lockdown mode is disabled. So it's a security feature. In our lab environment, we just wanted to remotely connect and check the configuration of our virtual machine. If we can enable internet to that virtual machine. Oh, E6i3, there's going to E6i1 here. It's taking a long time. Wow. Really? Well, let me check if lockdown mode is enabled here or not. Oh, why am I doing this? Okay, F2, down. Okay. Oh, it is on. That's fine. Oh, it's disabled. Okay. We're good. We can connect from a browser to a hypervisor because lockdown mode is disabled. Was the name? I'll just press escape here. The name is ESXI01. Yeah, ESXI01. Okay, it's trying to. Wow, it's taking forever. I also am enabling my second network card on my Windows machine here. Am I able to connect to any other machine? Oh yes, I'm able to. So what happened here? ESXI01. If I go to the server manager on Win01 and check the DNS tools, DNS, and just check, I'm sure the spellings were correct for the A record that I created for ESXI1, ESXI01. Otherwise, I'll just go with the IP 2.2. Okay. It's a kind of name resolution that is there, so I can just really sync it by going for ipconfig /flush DNS and register DNS, although flush DNS is enough. If something happened to their DNS configurations. Okay, somehow name resolution is not working for ESXi1, so I'll just go for IP address, paste. While it is trying to connect, I'll just open another one and go for http .192.168.200.2. I'm trying to give internet connection so new VMware updates could be installed, but it doesn't seem to be operating.
You're showing mine?
Yours is connected?
Yeah.
Okay. So for one reason or another, I will have to use your machine.
Okay, I'll open our team viewer.
Oh, okay. Oh, my whole environment all of a sudden. You know what? I changed it to NAT. Since then, it started doing this. I think this is. I put it to 15 again. I think it's gonna work.
Yep, I think so.
Ah. Okay. So that second network card is also part of the configuration. I think it's in the NIC teaming configuration. So that's why it is doing that. So everything else was non-responsive after that. Now everything's coming back. So the network configuration there, I'll just go there and check it out anyway. It's the second network card that would be already in fact I can check it from our Vsphere client as well, that if there's a NIC teaming that we already configured for the first two network cards, or if 4 network cards are in NIC teaming. So we're inside hosts and clusters here. I'll just close this. And I'm going to go for A6i1. It was actually even not available for the Vcenter. So that network configuration did a lot of damage. Oh, host CPU usage. Okay, that's not related network. So I'm going to go to configure and then check the networking virtual switches. Oh yeah, the second NIC was also NIC teaming. That's why changing that actually affected the actual connectivity. And if I see here on the host, add networking, add physical adapters, if I go there, so there are 2, okay, and plus, so there are 2 extra adapters added there, actually are available there, that I can connect to another switch, and that switch I can connect to that physical network card. So what am I talking about? I'm thinking loud here. No, it's not thinking loud. I am thinking loud because I need you to also know what I'm planning here. So the plan here is VSS 1, virtual standard switch 1, and that is connected to a separate network card here, which is connected to NAT, and that's connected to the second adapter of Vcsa as well. So that's what we can do here. Now it may not work right away, or there could be more troubleshooting that is needed. So in that case, we can just check it out. We'll just give it a try, and we'll not wait for it. We're going to go for the next topic and then check it back. So what I'm doing is I'm on XI1. I have virtual switch 0. If I just collapse that virtual switch, do I have any other virtual switch? No, I do not have any other virtual switch here. So then there's add networking here. So I'm gonna just simply add a second switch, add networking or add networking, whichever. Just select that. What am I adding here? I'm just adding another switch, which I need to connect with other network adapters, that is spare network adapters. So I'll click that here, new standard switch, MTU is good, default, and then I'm going for one network adapter for now. And which one is that when we go outside? So let me keep this page open, and then if I go to E6i1 here, So there are 4 network adapters here. So we're guessing it's third and fourth. Although if I go there to this third and go to advanced, there's a MAC address here that can be compared as well with what we're selecting, 1A5A. So I'm just saying that how many areas or places we need to check, and I'm just adding Veeam 2, or actually let's add both, the other available, and OK. So the other switch, second switch, we switch 1 is connected with the rest of the network cards, and if I go type here NAT as a network label, so it's deploying here. I'll just make this full screen. Okay, so the switch 1 is created, and it says that okay, I have just writing here doesn't provide us internet connection, but there's a separate switch. Now these 2 network cards are also on VMware 15 outside. They need to be connected to NAT. So, but connecting to NAT or internet, does it affect our traffic? So we're gonna find out. It should not at all. So I'm gonna go to the, now I'm going to the physical adapter side. This is the physical adapter side in a production environment. I'm gonna go settings, and so I'll go for this and put it on NAT. I'll go for this and put it on NAT. So these 2 are NAT. The first 2 are on local network. So I press OK, but does that affect my connectivity again? Okay, so physical adapters, they change their status and then they change back. Okay, so outside they're connected to NAT, which is supposed to provide internet connection up to the physical host level, and inside they're connected to virtual switch 1, which is connected to NAT, that port group NAT, but there's no virtual machine connected to that, right? So how do we connect this virtual machine? Now this virtual machine, if I connect to vSwitch 0, so there's only one virtual machine, obviously only 6i1, so that is that virtual machine, which is this VMware vCenter, and this virtual machine is only connected to vSwitch 0. What kind of configuration we do that this virtual machine is connected to vSwitch 0 and this virtual machine can connect to vSwitch 1 as well, or just simply the NAT port group as well. So it is connected to management network port group, VM network port group. Can it be connected to NAT port group as well? So if I go to the virtual machine itself, and I'm gonna right click on the virtual machine here, and there's virtual machine settings here, right? So I'll go down here, edit settings. This is the virtual machine level settings of the Vcsa virtual machine. So edit settings, so what we are supposed to see here is one network adapter that is connected to the default VM network port group, but we have just one network adapter here. So how about we just add another network adapter here that should connect to the port group called, which port group? If I click browse here to see the number of port groups, so there's a NAT port group here as well. I cannot detach this first network adapter to that NAT port group because this first network adapter is connected to VM network that is connected to the switch, which is connecting us to the whole environment. So I cannot disconnect my VCSA to the whole environment. So I'm going to add another network adapter. So another network adapter got added, and it's connecting automatically to the remaining port group available to be connected to. So that's exactly what I was gonna do, but it did it for me because that's the only other port group. No other choice. Okay, so oh. So so I added a network adapter here. I connected it to the port group, not the switch. Here I'm showing a switch here, but it's the PG called NAT, which is only available on this vSwitch 1. Which I just created now. So this is the vSwitch 1, which has a port group called NAT. So basically the connection is to the port group. Virtual machine never connects to the virtual switch. It connects to the port group that is part of the virtual switch, and that virtual switch is only connected to another physical set of adapters, two adapters, which are all configured with NAT. So the internet comes through NAT to the physical adapter, and then it's supposed to connect to the switch, and from there it should go to the port group, and from there it should go to the second network card that we added into the virtual machine, and it's supposed to have internet connection. But these are the connectivities that we can make, and I'm just going to press OK because I haven't pressed OK, so it's not yet implemented. I'll make this full screen again. Okay, reconfigure virtual machine completed. So updates status here. Well, I don't want to update this one right now, but am I having all the connectivities here? Well, this is my connectivity. I just need to check if I have internet connection, right? So I'm gonna go. So I'm connected to administration now, appliance administration, which it kicked me out. So I'll just simply connect here again through. Oh no, that's a Vcenter manager. It's 5480 actually. So here we connect from root. Now we can properly check it with the lifecycle manager setting, right? That's where we caught that we're not connected to. So I'm going to actually go to the Vcsa, and then I'm going to go to lifecycle manager that was reporting that we're not connected, right? So that's a lifecycle manager. So it might not really report right away that we're setting. It was in the settings of the lifecycle manager and in the patch setup that it's validating, but so this should be turned to connected instead of not connected. So it's trying to just explore that, hey, I'm connected to internet or not. And we don't have a proxy server actually. Use proxy settings from Vcenter server appliance. I'm going to go for proxy settings as well. While this is going on, I'll go to proxy settings. I'll keep it on validating on one screen. I'm going to go to the other one where I'm connected to the appliance management, where it is referring to the proxy settings here, right? So if I click edit here, so to direct certain types of traffic from the vCenter server through a proxy server, enable the traffic type first and then enter proxy server details, right? So big companies have proxy servers always, or there's some way they're connected to internet through a software. For instance, to direct FTP traffic through proxy, set a proxy to be enabled and enter proxy server details. If I go for HTTPS, then it says that, okay, where is that HTTPS is going through? We have just DSL router, HTTP traffic, port, and URL. And so there's another way to check also. There's an update directly for the Vcsa as well. We are here in networking, but there's an update here. Check updates, and there's if it is a must to have a proxy server, obviously, then we can't do anything in our test environment. But if it takes our DSL router connection, which is not how all the companies are connected through internet, then, well, it's updating here while I check the, okay, so error method, no such file directory updates, software update, core. If I click the settings, check for updates automatically, look at every day 12 a.m. Okay, URL is, well, that's the site it needs to reach, and certificate is this. Save. I'll go Lifecycle Manager, and yes, it still says not connected. So, and a proxy software has to be there for this to really work, and proxy address that software creates needs to be there. So I'll check it out and try to introduce that in next class if possible, to do that in our very small environment. But the whole mechanism we went through, this should give us an idea about, okay, for internet connection we can have a separate traffic going as well, from one side to another side. Separate network card can be added to a separate switch that is connected to network cards that are actually connected to internet. And normally what happens is the same network cards that are connected to the outer switches that are connected to local environment, normally they are also, this connection is also connected to the proxy software, proxy server. So normally you give a gateway address that is also the address of the proxy or router from where the internet is coming. You don't separately give, this internet traffic. Normally that IP address with the gateway address also has internet connection available in a production environment. So that we tried, and I will try to get, if there's a small software that could create a proxy setting for us, then I'll try that, and if possible, we'll implement that. Like if it is really working, and it's a small software, it's not a big software. If it's big, then again we're gonna run out of memory. So other than that, we do have to go for P2E and then Vsan and backup as well. So let's take a break here and then come back for the next topics there. So I'll just quickly put here as a break. Okay, so here three, four, eight, 4.415. we will write our resume here, and let's go ahead with our we can actually start. We have time, yeah. So Vsan, and P2V is a bit smaller feature, time consuming but small. Vsan is a bit bigger feature, and planning for this and what is it, so we need to understand all that. So I'll go ahead and try to open the slide for Vsan and the requirements for that. So first of all, what is Vsan? And then I'm just doing it on the other screen. So, virtual SAN data stores, Vsan, a low-priced, highly available storage solution. So it does give us insight into what it is. It's a low-priced, highly available storage solution. And when we see a diagram, so wow, what a diagram. Okay, so what is it? It is, if we go to our diagram that we are so used to seeing, and then go for, okay, before I get rid of this, I'll just copy that, put it here, and then P2V, I'll just put it here. Okay. So we have a software SAN-like structure, so it's still some storage that is available over the network that we are currently connecting to, and this is just like if we had the actual SAN, very expensive SAN solution there, and we are remotely connected over the network to the storage. The main purpose is highly available storage, but then the SAN solution would be offers highly available slash fast storage. So highly available means that a disaster recovery can happen, and if one disk is down, the other disk can take over, and the show must keep go on, right? So the applications will not stop. So that is offers highly available and fast storage solution, while okay, highly available offers highly available slash fast storage solution, and but it is expensive. Not every company can afford it, right? While Vsan is composed of the local disks of the ESXi hosts to create a highly available data store, Vsan data store, right? So Vsan data store, and let me draw that diagram separately, and it involves the minimum 3 ESXi hosts local disks to create one Vsan data store. It can tolerate the loss of one host and keep the Vsan data store running. So let me just create the diagram and then we can talk further about it. This is actually already too messy, so let me just create a cleaner diagram that explains that concept. So if we have 2 or 4, 10, 20 hosts there, and those ESXi hosts have so suppose 4 or 10 or 40 hosts, whatever is the number of hosts. Now we have local disks there as well. So these local disks, now there could be many of them. One host could have 20, 25, 30, and well, maximum it could go, not maximum, but I've heard about 60 physical disks in a physical machine as well. That would really make that machine big, obviously. So I'm just creating 2 disks here, suppose, or 4 or 10 disks here, whatever are there. Now these are ESXi hosts, hostel. And the physical disks are there. So 5 disks, right? So these disks are now, first of all, it's the cost. The why Vsan? So why not SAN? SAN is already there. The solution is there. You can just purchase big SAN solution. This is one. Just like you could just have a tower with rows and rows and rows and rows of disks. Obviously, it's going to be expensive, but over the network, you are remotely offering them to the hypervisor, the hosts there, right? So what about you don't use the SAN solution and you go for Vsan, which is basically comprised of the local disk. And the second diagram here, that is also, like really messed up. But you can see that there's, suppose there's ESXi1, ESXi2, ESXi3. And there are 5 local disks here, 5 local disks here, 5 local disks here. And you create one Vsan on the top of, that's a data store. Vsan data store on top of the local disks of minimum 3 hypervisors. And once you create the disks on once you create the data store on top of the 3 hypervisors local disks, so it can overall, the Vsan gets created first of all, and then Vsan can tolerate the loss of one host as well. So I'm just going to switch to my other diagram, which I was actually still creating. And here what we are trying to achieve is, suppose there are 3, actually I created 5, but it can tolerate the loss of 3. So suppose first you created the Vsan data store on top of the local disks of 3 hypervisors, and this is Vsan data store, and it can tolerate the loss of one host. You can create a virtual machine on the memory. It can start on the memory of the ESXi host here, and a virtual machine here, and virtual machine here. So virtual machines are all creating their virtual disks on this, right, on this Vsan data store. And this is one data store that is comprised of the local physical disks of 3 hypervisors minimum, but you can go for more as well. And suppose those disks are of the size, suppose they're all 1 terabyte, suppose 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte, right? So what happens is that if the host, any one host is crashed, it crashes. So where was the 2 disks, 1 terabyte each. So this means that 2 terabyte each host was providing. Total you had 6 terabyte of vSAN data store here, and one host goes down. So first of all, the virtual machines that are running on top of the ESXi hosts there will keep on running, because the vSAN data store will still keep on running on top of the local disks of the remaining 2 hosts. The ESXi host which crashed, the virtual machine on top of that is supposed to restart. Suppose there were 10 virtual machines here, so they will be distributed among all the other hosts, while still their virtual disk would be available on the vSAN data store. So the crashed host is gone. Its local disks are also unavailable, obviously, because the host crashed. So the 2 terabyte out of the total of 6 terabyte will be at once not available. This means that the virtual machines overall will be working on remaining 4 terabyte vSAN data store, while the vSAN is still up. The vSAN data store is still up. 2 terabyte will be lost, and the virtual machine of that host will still be started on the memory of the other hosts, and the rest of the virtual machines where the host was running, they will just keep on running on that data store.
Amir, just a question. What about compatibility of hard drives? Like if it writes the SATA or some other component, would it be, they have to be in the same platform, or what is it?
So it could be, in fact, there's a requirement there that they have to be at least one. So there are 2 groups that can be there, 2 group of disks that we can have minimum, and one group can have SSD, HDD. Now HDD is still unthinkable nowadays, but there may be some old companies which will have a huge amount of HDDs as well. So SSD, HDD, and one has to have purely SSD. One group can have SSD and HDD, and the other one has to be purely SSD. And and they don't have to be from the same vendor, and they can be from different vendors and different types as well, as long as they are giving good performance. Nowadays you will see purely SSDs, whether of different vendors and different types. They are supported as long as they are compatible with the VMware HCL, hardware compatibility list. If they are being tested by VMware, yes, they can be there, but they can be different. So hardware compatibility list. So if they are there, yes. And for consistency, normally it is created with exactly the same hardware, but yes, it can, if vSAN can detect a disk, normally you would see one feature there that we first of all, we know in the market that there are some known brands, well-known brands for SSD, and then there are some unknown brands of SSD as well. So VMware does not really recognize every SSD vendor on the planet. So if there are some SSDs that are available from vendors which are not well known and their disks are not in HCL, so vSAN actually does not detect those disks as SSD. vSAN could wrongly detect them as HDD disks. So there's a feature inside vSAN that you can select a disk, and then you can click that button, and it will fool the vSAN into thinking, hey vSAN, go ahead, this is a SSD disk, it's okay. So it's that button, we can refer to it as it's okay, or fooling the vSAN into thinking this is a legit SSD, and you're just not detecting it because it has not been added by VMware in the data, in the information area of Vsan.
Okay, thank you.
So here, so the basic idea behind this whole thing, the Vsan concept, is to support all the companies that have not very high budgets and they can't just simply afford SAN. So VMware just offers them the Vsan feature. Now this is the same feature that later Microsoft also offered its storage spaces direct, and that is also exactly the same concept that you create that volume on top of the local disks of minimum 3 hypervisors. In Microsoft it will be Hyper-V, here in VMware it's ESXi, so here it's 3 of them. So that's the main concept, and it can tolerate the loss of one host, and there are some companies who are working on this concept, only on this concept, and they are like running their businesses. There is Nutanix. It's well known among the data center guys. The Nutanix company. This is also called HCI. This solution is also called HCI, Hyper Converged Infrastructure. HCI just means that the whole infrastructure is, or especially the Vsan solution is deployed there, and with this concept they've just created their own brand, and they're sending their data, servers, physical servers, to many data centers. Hypergrid is another company that is also working on exactly the same concept to provide the HCI, or hyper-converged infrastructure. That you don't need to SAN there, it's just physical servers you create, and the highly available storage is also just simply configured inside. And so this is one big data store that gets created on the local disks of 3 hypervisors. Those disks cannot be used for something else, so those disks should be unused disks, and then Vsan will detect. If suppose there was a data store created already on a disk, on a third or fourth disk, Vsan will not detect it at all. So they should be raw, unused disks on which we can create Vsan. And so if I go ahead with first I normally put the T-shoot there, that adding new hosts, please give it minimum of 6 GB of Vsan. For Vsan requirement, all hosts must be 6 GB minimum. Are you kidding me? Okay, anyway, try to choose Vsan storage policy when creating VM on top of Vsan data store that you have just created to test it. Also, make sure the lockdown mode is off. You know why there are exclamation marks? We in one class way back, we had to troubleshoot a lot, and by mistake we had kept the lockdown mode enabled, so Vsan could not communicate with the hypervisors to detect their local raw unused disks, and that took us some time to figure out that, oh seriously, lockdown mode was enabled. It's a security feature, but when we are configuring Vsan at that particular time when it's discovering, the lockdown mode should be disabled for on each host. And other thing is that do the VUM. Now that's the old term, and it's still being used there. VUM we have seen there in 7 as well, but it's a VLCM that normally, so VMware Update Manager update. So it's just saying that if the hosts are taking, whichever hosts are taking part in the Vsan has to be on the same patch level. If they are on different patch level, Vsan will not work if the level is different of patching. It works if all 3 host disks are detected. They will be detected if all hosts are on same VUM update level. So our then main idea is, or main objective would be that the disks are all the 3 hosts disks are detected, and now we already have 3 ESXi hosts, but one of them is our ESXi, and adding a 4th one might, obviously it's not might, it definitely will affect our hardware, so we might end up using our local 3 hosts, might, right? Okay, so let me just first of all go through the slide here. And learner objectives, explain the purpose of virtual SAN and data store, describe the architecture, steps, and explain how storage policy is created and used. And well, there would be that message coming there that a license must be assigned to the cluster in order to create disk groups or consume disks automatically. So Vsan is supposed to detect the local unused disks or disk group of disks, right? So for that you need a license. Well, in trial version we can still use it, although in production environment we need a license for that. And this is a diagram or neater diagram that shows minimum 3 to 64 hosts can be there, and then there is SSD. There can be two groups, one is SSD, one is HD and SSD both. So you can just create two groups of disk, one SSD, one HD and SSD. But in later versions of Vsphere now, it is going to be all when they say all flash, so that is all SSD that is being supported there. So guys, just give me a second here, I'll mute that. Okay, so here virtual SAN aggregate data store. So this is the same diagram that we're saying that it's the local disks of the three hosts that the virtual SAN is comprised of, and after that you can just create virtual machines on top of this. And then there is the virtual SAN requirements: 1 GB or 10 GB NIC, better 10 GB NIC, and SAS SATA RAID controller must work in pass-through or HBA mode. So we can check that out as well. Well, in our environment we can't actually. Then there could be two groups there, that is PCI, SAS, SATA, SSD, and those groups, one has to be like SSD and HDD, and the other has to be SSD. You're gonna see that when it's really filling up those requirements there. And other than that, when you go to, this is a bit older way of showing in the new cluster window that how to enable vSAN. And disk groups are virtual SAN management constructs composed of flash based. So wherever they say flash, it's always SSDs. So flash based devices and magnetic disks. Requires one flash device, maximum of one flash device per disk group. Requires one HD SSD, supports up to 7 devices per disk group. Now before, in earlier versions, they used to actually make us have one HDD and one SSD. Now if the both groups have only SSDs, that is also okay. And that was strange that if we don't have HDD, why would it make us have? So that was in earlier versions. Maximum of 5 disk groups per host can be created. One group, second group, third group, fourth group, fifth group, right? So other than that, cluster summary tab, so it would just tell you on the cluster summary that what virtual SANs, suppose there are 8 hosts here and 8 of 8 eligible, SSD disks in use, data disks in use 16 of 16 eligible, and total capacity of vSAN data store 76 GB. So it's just going to show it the reported that way, that what's going on using virtual SAN. So this is just going for the capabilities of virtual SAN, and then there are objects in virtual SAN data stores. So there's namespaces, virtual disks, name. So this just says simply that when a virtual machine is created on a vSAN data store, it has these folders and the files there. So that's pretty much the same when we have our own data store and the virtual machine. When it is created, there's a folder created inside which there are all the snapshot files and virtual disk files and swap files are there. So on vSAN, it's the same way the data store is being used. Virtual machine storage policies. Virtual machine storage policies are built before VM deployment to reflect the requirements of the application running in the virtual machine. So the storage policies window will come there as well during the configuration. The policy is based on the virtual SAN capabilities. Select the appropriate policy for the virtual machine based on its requirements. Storage objects for the virtual machine are then created that meet the policy requirements. So what it basically says is that you can create a policy, a virtual machine policy that actually is defining that what kind of hardware can be used. So there's a data store that is on top of SSDs. Maybe capacity is less, then you create another one that is on top of more capacity, maybe 20 SSDs, each 1 terabyte. And then there is a HDD and SSD group that there's a policy. So underlying hardware, according to that, you can choose. And configuring virtual machine storage policies. So it just says select rules to create your VM storage policy, and the VM storage policy will match data stores that satisfy any of the rule sets. Number of disk stripes per object, flash read cache reservation. Flash read cache is actually portion of SSD drive that can be used for frequently accessed data. Number of failures to tolerate. If one disk goes down, then do you have that RAID 1, RAID 5 connected there? So let's create a policy for that. Oh, there's a RAID 5 disk or RAID 10 disks there. Forced provisioning policies there. You want to strictly deploy virtual machines there. Object space reservation. So how much space is reserved for any virtual machine that gets created there. So there are some policies that also can be created for storage. Other than that, viewing a virtual machine's virtual data store, virtual SAN data store. So normally when a virtual machine is created on top of a vSAN data store, so it shows like this, that the disk file, it just simply shows a vSAN data store and a long GUID, a global unique identifier number or address .vmdk. So it does simply have a unique ID for each VMDK that is created on top of a vSAN data store. And disk management is the area where it shows you that suppose there are 3 hypervisors. So vSAN, if it has detected 20 disks from each, it's going to show you in the group that hey, I have detected this disk, that many disks in this hypervisor, and that many disks in this hypervisor, and so on. And there's a light LED on failures. So well, this is the feature where that LED on the disk. So suppose the disks are showing here. So normally there's a light, LED light that also pops up, blinking light that shows here that if physically the disk is available or it has crashed, or just like you would go to the data center and you see the rows and rows of servers, and on there the disks are actually, if there's an amber light, you would be alerted and you would just simply change the disk, right? Or if there's a red light there. So LED on the software also shows here that if the disk is working. Adding disks to a disk group, you want to add some more disks there in the disk group, so the vSAN could use them as well for the vSAN data store. So yeah, that can be done as well. And removing this group, so yes, it's just removal, so you can remove them as well. And virtual SAN cluster member maintenance and mode options. So virtual SAN cluster does have its maintenance options as well. And if one host is about to be restarted, obviously we have to move away the machines from there already, and then we can restart and put it in the maintenance mode. Any hypervisor that is part of the vSAN. So just the maintenance and removing a host from a virtual SAN cluster. Yeah, to remove a host, we're gonna see that removal button there, and then a preview of learner objectives. So we're gonna just try to go for, it's not preview, review. We're gonna go for those now by going through the lab steps. Now this is fault domain concept. That is that's gonna come your way when we are configuring vSAN, and that is what is a fault domain? So fault domain is that you have a rack. You have, suppose 1, 2, 3, or maybe 10 servers in a rack here, rack servers, and that rack is connected to one power source or UPS, uninterrupted power supply, and or one network source, that is just one switch. So basically it is connected to it is having a one fault domain will have a SPOF, single point of failure. So one fault domain having a SPOF, and then there is another fault domain that is also having its own hardware SPOF, which just simply means that if this power source goes down, the whole thing will go down, if that's how it is set up. Or if one switch goes down, obviously the networking of the whole rack goes down, and all the machines on the physical servers are also disconnected. So this is going to be called one FD or one fault domain, and that would be one rack or one group of servers having a SPOF. So one fault domain or FD1, and there's a second fault domain that's another rack, FD2. Now what's the concept behind that? We understand first of all, okay, there's a rack or a group of racks that have a SPOF, either a power source that is if that one power source goes down, they're all dead, or one network goes down, they're all disconnected. So FD1 has, so we will consider this whole as fault domain 1, and this will consider this whole rack with its SPOF as FD2. So what really happens is when the virtual machine is created in a Vsan, so its partner passive standby virtual machine is also created on that. So this is active and this is passive. There is active, passive, active, passive. So what's happening is that in one fault domain having a SPOF, the virtual machine gets created, its partner gets created on the other fault domain. If one of the fault domain is unavailable, it fails over to the other fault domain where its partner or standby or passive virtual machine is working. So this is the concept of fault domain. Now fault domain will come there when we are configuring Vsan as well. So that you want to configure fault domain or not. So this is the diagram that it explains what is fault domain. And that's also in Microsoft Azure, the fault domain concept there in their data centers, how you want to configure. Okay, lab steps. So there is a minimum of 3 hosts. Vsan requirements recap. Minimum of 3 hosts. Minimum of 1 SSD, 1 HDD. Now that has changed to SSDs. Okay, all SSDs are also okay. HDDs, SSDs, I/O controllers on Vsan HCL. So hardware compatibility list should be checked when you're purchasing the servers, specifically when you're planning to have Vsan, and Vsan 6 or 7 licensing, whichever you want. Whichever you're in. Dedicated 10 Gbps uplink would be best. VM kernel port dedicated for Vsan. So obviously you need to create a VM kernel port. So then comes the settings, and that's where okay, add 30 ESXi also. That's where it comes, and this requirement of all ESXi hypervisors being minimum 6 GB because Vsan detects them all as well. And third user must have total 3 NICs and 2 new disks. So what I can do is I can just put my Vcsa to a lower RAM, much lower RAM, where it will still work, but obviously slowly it's going to work. And then we can have the 6 GB. We can add another host, fourth host here, total of fifth machine, and 6 GB can be given there. But we can just check our environment. So currently we have 2 GB and 12 GB, and what I have is 6 GB and 4 GB. So, and total of total equals mine is 24 GB RAM, but suppose you have here 12 GB, and suppose you have a total of 32 GB RAM here, so it is doable. We understand one thing, that it has to be 6 GB here, and overcommitting may have to be risked. So if we have this kind of structure, so what is the total now? 12, so 18 and 12, that is 30 already, and 2. So this means that it will be total 32. We have been doing that with overcommitting. We have been doing that overcommitting before as well, and it worked with a 32 GB RAM. But if you have 32 GB RAM, so 666 is already 18, and this is 12 because the machine itself is having 10 GB here, right? So that's why decreasing this may not be a good idea. So what we can do is we can switch to.
You want to run my machine?
I was about to say that we can switch to Sarfraz's machine now. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, TV run.
So what's the plan here? Plan is to have another host, and there are a lot of changes that we need to introduce now. When we are creating, okay, so there was another diagram that I created there, 666, 12, and 2. So this is the diagram. And what we need to do is to add 2 new disks each to each hypervisor. 2 new disks that should be empty disks to each hypervisor. So obviously we need to still shut down the 3 hypervisors there. So hypervisor 2, ESXi2, ESXi3, and ESXi4. We're going to be creating that, and 6 GB memory to all. And when we are adding the 3rd hypervisor, which is totally in total 5th machine, it will be ESXi4 now. So that ESXi4 needs to be added to the Vcenter. Its DNS record has to be added there on Win01. So all these steps have to be taken there. So what we can do is I can connect to Sarfraz machine. Thank you for that. And we can just shut down ESXi2 and 3, and keep them shut down, and then go for our 3rd hypervisor creation. So let me just give what we need to do. So we have one Win01, and second is this. So the other 3 are where we're doing the lab now. For a 32 GB machine, what we need to do, so 2 GB RAM here, and then there's 12 GB RAM here, and 6 GB each. So not only that, we need to change that. So first we're going to shut down ESXi2 and ESXi3. So shut down, and we're going to be adding, so add 2 disks. We can just go for 600 GB. I think we haven't given that yet. 600 GB each. So since it's going to be thin provision, so we don't have to worry about the size here. Thin provision. They are already actually going to be thin provisioned. So add 2 disks here. We need to add 2 disks here. We need to add 2 disks here. The newly created. This would be new new ESXi04, and we can just give it, since it's going to be created for just for today, so we can just take the IP from DHCP for it, and then DHCP IP, and it's add its A record in DNS, and then add it to our Vcsa cluster. First we add it to the that data center, which is NYDC and NYDC data center. Whenever we are adding, you have a cluster, right? You can just we all have cluster, so you can just add first the new hypervisor to the data center, then you add to cluster. Directly adding cluster option is there, but we have seen that it does not really support. One more thing here is that we have already updated we just added that one extra update. So do the update on this new hypervisor as well. Visor, right? So all this has to be done. 2 new disks, and also it keeps on getting also here. Add 2 NICs here, and one NIC for the regular traffic, the other NIC for the the Veeam kernel port. So these all configurations have to be met with the new hypervisor. Once that is done, and the other 2 hypervisors are shut down, so we can add 2 disks, 600 GB each on both, and we can keep it shut down until the new hypervisor is up and running and added and everything is done. So that's the overall plan. So now I'm gonna switch to, so we're gonna shut down the 2 ESXi 2 and 3. We're gonna start creating a new hypervisor there, and okay, so I'll just connect to, oh, where's my, oh, sorry. Yeah, so Surfraz, if you're ready, and
yeah. 819. 819.
Oh, okay. Wow, it's loading really slow. This means that I need to just tell my ESXi3 to take a break. In fact, ESXi2 as well. I'm not using it now. Run only once. Okay. It's opening. And opening. Really? Okay. Okay, that's too slow. So I have shut down already. My CPU has gone down. Oh, memory has gone down. Okay. I think this is the one, your ID 4723171153.
No.
Okay.
Just click on the arrow down. 819 is there.
Last.
No. I think you did it from your office laptop or something.
Okay. So yeah, you were saying? Because that
819.
Sorry, 819.
189.
819, then 189.
Yes.
Wow.
822.
822. Wow, nice number. Did you specifically request this number? This is a cool number.
No.
Just like for car. Okay. Ah, that's why. Commercial use detected for this machine as well. Oh, still it's asking password, but it's not gonna let me connect. Commercial use. Your session will be terminated after 5 minutes. Please check our website for further information. Ouch. So finally it detected here. That's why I used that site, and it simply gets all the information of hey, if I go to inside the virtual machine, and it has internet connection, so the Win01, I'll just use that now to connect. I'll just have to quickly download, sorry, TeamViewer. Oh, I can copy from the outside as well. I'll copy from here, TeamViewer, and put it in my machine. That machine is not detected by TeamViewer yet. And there's an AnyDesk here. AnyDesk is also really cool, just works like TeamViewer. So if we need it, you can also deploy AnyDesk. It also deploys just like TeamViewer. Where's it?
You want me to download AnyDesk? I can download that also.
Yeah, while I'm just copying this, you can also download AnyDesk. It's free. Thank you. I'll copy that inside the virtual machine, and by the time, oh man, copy, paste.
Yeah, AnyDesk is working. You want me to give you that ID?
Oh, AnyDesk is already installed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wow, that was too fast. Okay, that's very good. Cool. So I'll double click my AnyDesk and yeah. So what's the ID of the AnyDesk?
248
248
783
783
085.
085. Okay. And I'll click connect to accept your session request. So there's a, oh, you accepted it, and waiting for a, yeah, we're connected.
Yep.
Okay, that's really, really cool. And that's your machines. So I hope, everyone's able to see that. So okay, that's good. Okay, so I'll just ESXi 2 and 3 are down now, and we have okay. So we should have enough memory here. Wow, this is fast, man. 16 GB, and amazing memories there also. Really massive. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go for home, and we're gonna create a new hypervisor. ESXi3 and ESXi03 is the terminologies or the naming convention. So ESXi04, I'm just gonna add there. It's Vcsa connected here, so I'll go for VMvisor 7U1. Yep, and click next. So I'll just name it ESXi04 now. And you're saving everything in C drive? Surface? You're
D drive. Yeah, D drive.
D drive, okay. So
I'm not sure. Just a minute. Somewhere. Let me open my. It is. Yeah, F drive. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'll just change it to F drive, and then I'll click next. And this can be already 200 we're giving to the local disk. It's not going to let us use actually or add new disks there. It's not going to let us do that. So initially we're going to give the 200 disk size. And customize hardware, we need to connect this to, so it has to be 6 GB first of all, and 6208 here, and Second thing is that it has to be connected to minute 15. That's it, 2 vCPUs, good. So I'm gonna click close and finish that. While it is doing that, so the shutdown machines of ESXi 2, we have just one disk, 200 GB. We're going to add 2 more 600 GB disks. Why 600? Because we can just detect, or we can just, for identification purpose, that any disk that is 600 is actually being used for Vsan. So I'll click Edit Virtual Machine on ESXi 2 and go for Add. It's already on the disk. Next. SCSI is okay. Next. Create new virtual disk is okay. And then 600 and single file, just it could multi-file is okay. What we're not going to click is this. It's going to make it thick provision, so we don't want it to be thick provisioned. Thin provision is okay. It's not going to take any size on the disk. So outside name is this, which is okay. Finish. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the disk here. Next, SCSI 600. As a habit, I'm doing that, otherwise it's not compulsory. And finish. So 2 disks have been added here, and it's already on 6 GB. So I'll go for ESXi 3. It's already on 6 GB as well, and I'm gonna go for Edit Virtual Machine here, and go for the disks here as well. Next, next, next. 600. Next, next, and then I'll add again. Next, 600, next, finish. So 200 raw disks, unused disks have been added here on ESXi 2 and 3, and 6 GB memory has been given, so pretty much they are ready for the Vsan. I'll now go for the ESXi 4, which is waiting for us. I'm going to click on top of this and press enter and go for the usual installation steps, F11 to go ahead. And enter again. US defaults, small MC, capital MC, shift 1, 2, 3. Without shift 1, 2, 3, I'm giving the full
Put my password. Put my password.
password. Yeah.
I don't put the same password.
Same password?
I don't put the same one. This is class one. I put my own
okay,
password.
then you can just put that password here.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, it says that in future, this CPU may not be supported for future versions of VMware, so it's saying it to everyone. And F11 to do the file installation. Oh, 6 GB. Did I give 6 GB here? No. Oh yeah, I did.
Yes, it is. You're giving 6 GB.
Okay, so once it is fully deployed, then we will so we have already the DHCP here. So if I just Control Alt here and go to, oh, what happened? Okay, so it's already going to be, I'll go to Win01 and go to Server Manager here to check DHCP is there, and I'll just right click here and go to DHCP Manager, and it will grab a lease and expand the scope. So there's address leaves here. So we this machine, when it's starting, it's gonna grab a lease, or maybe it has already grabbed one at oh, that's the 4.4. No, it hasn't. Okay, so I'll just go there and wow, 3.4. Your processor is really powerful. Amazing. Okay, and so it got 51, yes, and now I'm just gonna go inside. I'll keep it at 51. This is just being used for today. Okay, we have 2. Go for your password. You can, and then go down to just configuration management to actually change the name. So first I'll check that. Okay, on the right side we see there 51 is okay. 200.1 is a gateway that we wanted to give, so we're good. No IPv6. DNS configuration, I'm going to go inside. I'm going to go for use the following DNS address. Then I'm going to go down. IP address is okay for the DNS. This is our DNS server, but the name ESXi04. I'm going to press enter here to save it, and then I'm going to go down here to check the this Netplus.local is also good. So the only change here was in DNS configuration, and I'm just going to press escape once to save it, the change that I just made, and then it asks for apply changes and restart management network. I'll press Y, and now we're good. So just for fast configuration, I'm going to go to the DNS, and I'm going to go to the first server that has a DNS. I don't need DHCP now, so DNS here, and right click and go to DNS manager, and I just need to create a forward lookup zone for this, so we could add this new hypervisor as a by name. So I'm just going to go for new host a record here, and ESXi04, and the IP is 192.168.200.51, and it should create a pointer record in the reverse lookup zone automatically for this. I'm just going to click add host. It's done successfully. It's added ESXi04 200.51. Whenever we make a change in the DNS, always go to this top here and refresh just a few million times, and I'll click close here, and we don't need DHCP, so I'll close whatever. Oh yeah, DHCP. Okay, and so it's added by name, and I need to check what configuration that is not there. So first of all, 2 network cards need to be there minimum, and the disks are not there. We cannot add them while we're creating a machine. We only can add them when we are done creating the machine. So I'm gonna right click and shut down this, so we can add a second network card, and first network card for normal configuration, second for the VM kernel. In fact, 2 network cards, like 2 more network cards, and total 3, because we can just give it the vendor best practice for 2 network cards for the new switch for the VM kernel port for this Vsan configuration. So I'm just gonna click edit virtual machine here, and then add. So first of all, network adapter, finish, and keep it on VMnet 15. Then go for another one, network adapter, finish, VMnet 15. I'll also add the 2 disks that Vsan needs to detect. 600, add 600, done. So 2 disks added, 2 extra network cards added, and now it needs to be added to the Vcsa. So I'll power on this one again. Okay, so well, we're back here, so I'm just gonna go to the Win01 and I'll go to the Chrome, and now we need to add this to the data center first, so I'm just gonna go to the NYDC and right click and click the add host, and the host name or IP address is ESXi04 name and .netplus.local. I hope that was the full netplus.local. Okay, ESXi04.netplus.local, and next, and the password. Alright, so next, thank you. And yes, we need to go ahead. It detects it, adds it, evaluation, yeah, next. And well, actually the normal mode, lockdown mode, should be disabled now, because Vsan will not work if it is enabled. And discoveries are VM locations there. Finish. Okay, adding. Okay, so it's added into the NYDC. Now we need to add it to the cluster as well. So if I just drag and drop this, so it says here, move host into the cluster, put all of this host virtual machines in the cluster as root. Root resource pool, resource pool we don't have, so it's going to delete those. We already don't have it. So I'm adding it to the cluster now, and HA will do its agent deployment, so to communicate with the E6i, and DRS will start checking it as well once it is fully added there. So once we are done with adding this host, then we can simply start the other two machines and enable the Vsan. Okay, so it is completed here, and it's going to still take time to get rid of the warning here as well. While it is doing that, we're gonna just start the E6i2 and 6 GB to 600 GB disks. Okay, power on, and 6 GB and 2 600 GB disks. Good, power on. And let's see if everyone's nice to each other. And they should all be detected now. Oh,
Wrong place. Yeah, go below.
I was saying, what? 2 GB only? What? Okay. 23. It's gonna keep sliding up now. So these have to be in good health, or if there are some ignorable warnings, at least to that level, for us to start creating or the Vsan. So it's gonna take its time. Kind of ready, so I think I can refresh the browser. First I'll refresh the console itself. So it could give us some updated information in the browser. Okay, Vcsa 2, Vcsa 3, all good. I'll check the summary of Vcsa 4, why the warning is showing there. This host currently has no management network redundancy. Okay, we don't need 2 network cards for the connection. The number of Vsphere HA heartbeat data stores for this host is 0, which is less than required 2. Oh, okay. Heartbeat data stores. We also need to go for configure and storage because we didn't connect the storage to it. That's why it is. So add software adapter. Add software SCSI adapter. Devices as image BS64 is what we were seeing. Okay. We need to give it the path of the. Actually, we even if it's not connected to storage, it is supposed. Oh, image BS65 is supposed to be there, and there's that static discovery of iSCSI server. Add then 192.168.200.1. That's for our target name. Okay. I think I went for static discovery. That's why it's asking for target name. I should go for dynamic discovery. It should discover the only iSCSI server that we created on that 168.200.1. Okay, so then we'll just simply refresh it. Rescan the storage. Okay. and then go for storage devices to see the 3 devices from the 3 LUNs that we need to see there. I don't see MSFT there. Then rescan storage again. Although we don't need to actually have the LUNs here just for this particular lab, this is just for consistency of configuration. I'm doing that. If they don't get discovered still, we can just worry about that later as well. Excuse me. Alright guys, so this is just saying that the data stores that are configured for each. If I go to the NY cluster here and configure, and there was high availability option there in proactive HA for, oh actually that was another HA, that was for heartbeats, data store heartbeats. So that's heartbeat data stores. We just gave 101 on 2 hosts, host mounted data store 2. So well, the data stores have not been, now this error can be ignored as well. It's not really a big deal that the data stores are not, heartbeat is not reaching the data stores, so it's not that big deal here. So we can go ahead now to NY cluster and NY cluster, and then we go to configure, and then we go down to Vsan cluster. There's a Vsan cluster written here. Oh, okay, I was saying licensing may not be required, but now the trial version, previous one did not actually put that. License data is not available. Only clusters with enabled Vsan require licensing. Okay, what am I? Okay, I'll go to services here. The Vsan. Yeah, it is off. So I'll just so now I'm gonna click configure for the Vsan is turned off. I'll click configure here. So it says single site cluster you want to create. Select Vsan configuration. Single site cluster with custom fault domains, 2-node Vsan cluster, stretched cluster. Well, we have each host is considered to reside in its own fault domain. So first of all, this single site cluster is what ours is. So we have just one site or one physical campus here, in which we have a cluster here. We don't have multiple sites there. Single site cluster with custom fault domains. Single site cluster with custom defined fault domains without a witness host. So fault domains with a witness host. Witness, whenever you hear the witness word, it is always used for high availability active and passive configurations, where active witness is keeping an eye on active machine and witness host is keeping an eye on the passive machine. If active goes down, witness simply wakes up the passive machine. Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up. Active has gone down and I am a witness of that. So now you're the active machine, Mr. Passive machine. So that's why witness host is always then needed for active to fail over to passive in case active goes down. but we don't have that configuration. Then there is 2-node Vsan cluster. We have 3 nodes now. 3 nodes, right? Each ESXi host is considered a node. So 2 hosts at one site and a witness host at another site. So that kind of cluster is also possible. Suppose you have actually one site in New York and other site in Toronto, and third site here in like Ottawa. So in that case, you would have Vsan configured here, and that would be active, and Vset configured here, that is passive. But its witness host is actually configured in a third site. It could be near sites as well. So it will keep an eye on that if this site set of Vsan hosts are up, and it will keep an eye on this as well. If this goes down, then in order for the Toronto to be hosting the Vsan based virtual machine, so witness has to communicate with the Toronto one to tell it, okay, the active is down and you're the passive one, so you're becoming active now. So that's a single site, that's a 2-node cluster here. And then stretched cluster, 2 active data sites and a witness host at a third site. Now 2 hosts at one site and witness host at another site. Okay, sorry. So this whole configuration was actually here, that you have 2 active sites and one witness host at a third site. But this 2 hosts at one site, it's actually saying one site, not 2 sites. Here it's saying actually 2 active data sites. So this one site is obviously you have the cluster, 2 hosts at one cluster. So there are 2 hosts here, but the witness is actually on the other site here. So that's the W, and that's the active, that's the passive, and so the witness is already going for, wow, I'm so conscious of W now, it looks like E. Anyway, so it's keeping an eye on the active, passive, and it is keeping an eye on the active. The story is the same. Witness job is, if active goes down, it tells the passive to wake up and you're the active. Suppose the witness is also down and the active is also down. Now there's no way the passive knows that active is gone and I need to be the active one. So witness obviously is really critical in this whole scenario, that it will make sure that the failover actually happens. That was for 2-node cluster here, and this is for 3-site based cluster, which we already discussed. Our scenario is this one. So I'll just print screen. Okay, it's already recording the video. Okay, so single site cluster, and then next. Now, just like okay, so first of all, it says, hey, why do you have the Vsphere HA open? Turn it off, come back here, and then turn on the Vsan. So temporarily, we have to turn off the HA in order to turn on the Vsan, and after Vsan is configured, then you can turn on HA again. I'm going to cancel out from here. I'm still in the NY cluster. I'm still in the configure. I'll go up, and that's the HA. And I'll just turn off the proactive HA. Save. It's going to remove the agents from other hosts as well, so it does a lot of screaming there, and now the activity starts happening. Oh, you turned me off, how dare you. Okay, anyway, so, and then I'm going to right click here, and not right click, and then go down. I'm still on NY cluster, still on configure. I'm going to go down again to the Vsan configuration, which we were configuring there, but it required that HA be temporarily turned off. Single site cluster, and next So then it goes for space efficiency, and we can go for compression only or deduplication. So do you want to introduce compression to save size, or do you want deduplication, which is just going to remove the exactly same files? Suppose we have saved in separate folders, and it's exactly the same file, so it's going to delete. Suppose there were 3 different folders that we saved the exact same file at different times, so it's going to delete the 2 files that are similar into the folders and place the shortcut to the only one file that is originally available. So deduplication and compression, if you want to enable, it's up to you. Data at rest encryption, you want to encrypt the data on Vsan data store, that is also available. Data in transit, so data at rest, it's not moving in transit, it's moving, and you want to encrypt that. Somebody's copying on Vsan data store and somebody's copying away from data store, so then you can just encrypt that data. Large scale cluster support, and that is by default Vsan cluster can only grow up to 32 nodes, but by setting this option, Vsan cluster is allowed to grow up to 64 nodes as well. So by default it's 32. You want to make even bigger Vsan with 64 E6i hosts, then you can do that too. If this option is changed before cluster configuration, it can be applied at host side immediately, but if it is changed on a later, all hosts are required to reboot to apply this change. So if the cluster was not configured, then you can configure this option. Well, it is part of the cluster actually, so before cluster configuration. Okay. Still, it's better to reboot when you have configured this option. I'm gonna click next here, and there are claim disks area available now, and you can see that total claimed is 0, and it shows here the screen. So I'm gonna go for disk model size. Instead of that, I'm gonna go for hosts. I'm gonna show that how many hosts are there and how many disks have been detected in each host. So we can see that 2 600 GB disks have been detected on E6i2, then E6i3, and then E6i4. 2 disks each have been detected. Second thing is that there's a do not claim here showing. So basically what happens here is that you would want to claim the disks here. So one is flash, or it is marked as HDD, right? So there are 2 disks, both are actually detected as flash or SSD disks. That's not going to go good with the Vsan configuration. So if we mark one as HDD and other as flash, that's first thing. Second thing is there's another terminology here, that is capacity tier and Vsan direct. So capacity tier is, you will, if you have slower disks there that are already there and you wanted to use them anyway, and you would be thinking that, hey, can I make it to some use in Vsan because I have it. So you can use it for capacity tier here, that HDD, all infrequently accessed data, should be placed automatically on top of that Vsan portion underlying which is the HDD available, and all the frequently used data that could still be used as capacity tier, and that can be used cache tier as well. So cache tier is for frequently accessed data that is being accessed a lot, and this is for infrequently accessed data for kind of backup, or for that data that is just there and sometimes it can be accessed, right? So this configuration is a kind of a must. And then I'm going to go for the second host here. I'm going to be putting mark as HDD, and okay, Vsan, use it as a capacity tier, and then the other is flash, use it as a cache tier. And then the third one here is also mark as HDD and use it as a capacity tier, or flash is use it as a cache tier. So when we do all these configurations, you can see that the error is gone, or the warning is gone as well, because that's one of the configurations, that's the configuration that it needs. And you can also see here, select disks to contribute to data stores. Claim disks as cache or capacity to add them to the Vsan data store. Claiming disks for Vsan direct will create a new data store for each selected disk. So this is the new feature in that 7.0, that each disk you want to create a data store on top of that, and you want Vsan to do that, and still it would be highly available. Then you can do it with Vsan direct. But we're going to go for the one that is mostly used here, and that is to comprise of one data store on top of the local disk, so three virtual hypervisors. So you can see already Vsan capacity is 1.76 terabyte here, and Vsan cache 1.76 terabyte. 50% is for usage, cache tier and capacity tier. So 50% is capacity, 50% is cache. Cache tier is where frequently accessed data will be redirected to, and capacity tier is where infrequently accessed data will be redirected to. And so I'm going to click next after carefully doing this configuration, and then click finish. So this process takes a little time. It's detecting the local disks of the three hypervisors, the raw unused disks of the three hypervisors, and then it is in the process of creating one big Vsan data store on top of the local disks, the unused local disks of the three hypervisors. So it's trying to detect that, it's trying to reach those, and then it's trying to create a Vsan data store. If I go to the storage portion, you can still see that there's activity going on in the recent tasks. And remediate Vsan cluster. So I'm going to go for the storage, where I'm expecting this Vsan data store got created. We never create that ourselves, right? And if I select that, while there's some activity going on in the recent task already for the Vsan configuration, so the Vsan data store gets created, and if we go for the host view for the Vsan data store, how many hosts it is connected to. So it is connected to actually E6i 2, 3, and 4. It is connected. There's warning, well, it's still initial stages, so there could be some processes still going on, and health check would be still going on, and consumed CPU and memory on different levels. But it is Vsan data store got created, and it's connected on three hypervisors, and it comprises of the two local disks of each of the three hypervisors. So I don't see any processing going on further, so I'm going to go back to the hosts and clusters view, and there I'm on the NY cluster, and on the NY cluster then configure, you have not finished or skipped the cluster quick start Vsan health checks are suppressed. Health checks normally are done by HA, so I'll click the summary of the cluster as well. Vsan health alarms are suppressed. So fail to extract performance charts. Performance, okay. Monitoring is not being done. You have not finished the quick start. Okay, I'll click the quick start here because it's really screaming at me for doing this. So we have collected some common configuration tasks to make it easier to get your cluster up and running. If you prefer to configure your cluster manually, you can choose to not to use this automated workflow. So it has all required hosts are in maintenance mode. No, you want the host physical memory compliance check. So it is basically doing Vsan alarms are suppressed until the cluster is fully configured, or this quick start workflow is skipped. Okay, so you know what? It's just checking the health, and it's giving a lot of errors. So I'm going to click skip quick start for now. Okay, this tab contains a simplified configuration workflow. If you dismiss quick start workflow, you will not be able to restore it and will need to continue configuration manually. Additionally, hosts added to this cluster when extending the cluster in the future will also have to be configured manually. Okay, that's a manual work. I'll just click cancel and keep those. So it's just saying that, hey, why don't you put the host on maintenance mode? Some of the errors can be ignored. Vsan HCL DB up to date, so hardware compatibility list, and some of those are if they are those concerns are met.
Amir, you missed out updating the EXSI 04.
Oh, we haven't updated.
No.
Yes, we haven't. Does it say that? I'll click the update. You're right. So let me just check that one update that is there. It's unknown here. I'll quickly go for attach baseline, which we already have.
EXSI 7.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. No, the baseline Sam. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
And that's it. Remediate. Yes, one or two of the errors should be gone from there, or it could once it's compliant. So it's still checking the baseline there, and it might really give it time, and it should also whatever we have fixed. Obviously, Vsan health 4 issues, and it goes for that's it 4 issues for Vsan health. If I click details, that would go for Vsan cluster partition. You have not finished or skipped the cluster quick start. I never skipped anything, but it's saying that. So Vsan daemon liveness. Wow, liveness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just enable the HA again, also, and it may be screaming at me because of the HA. HA does check all the health status. And now that's going to take its time to send its agents and try to communicate, and it's going to create a whole set of errors itself. Or if it works a bit faster, then it could. Now the activity is going on there. Maybe the health issues leave us alone. While this is going on, okay, so yeah, all three are red. So when it's trying to detect, and then it does give a whole list of new errors. HA host status. Oh yeah, I think we had that before as well, and I think it might need a restart overall, and then it's going to go away. So HA is not happy with what we did. Why did we turn it off, right? So it becomes nasty. I'll refresh on this level. So Vsan data store is created, and I'm going to go to the storage again, and there Vsan data store. Well, because HA is still collecting all the information, and it's going to be after some time that these will be resolved. So what I wanted to show was that this is how Vsan data store is created, and it's comprised of the local disk of 3 hosts. It's connected to that. It's showing there as well, and if you can keep this environment up and running for some time, or you could restart all 3 hosts and check it out. HA is still trying to communicate, so it needs some time for this environment to be up, and if for longer time it's not there, then we can restart as well, and it might resolve those issues. Other than that, if I quickly create, right click virtual machine here, new virtual machine, next, and Veeam 10, okay, whatever, next, And yeah, it's on NY cluster. Next, we select Vsan data store. Data store does not match current VM policy. Data store default. There is policy Vsan default storage policy. We go for that. So it's giving this warning of compatibility, and we can still go ahead and try to create one machine on top of that. 8. We're not going to install operating system. And memory is supposed to be 1 GB, and the disk. So right now it's a Vsan data store, and in fact, if it's still not really so 40 GB, the disk capacity specified is greater than the amount available on the data store. Seriously, disk space overcommitment can, yeah, okay. So somehow it's space is not available. Are you kidding me? Even 10 GB. Oh, maximum size is 0 MB. So I think HA and Vsan really need to work on it. So right now it's 0. Now I'm creating a machine too early here. So if you can keep this environment up after the class is done, and
sure, if you wanna reset the machines also, or reset the EXSI
yeah.
host.
So it normally, when we do that, so it does take longer time to get back to the normal state. So we're just gonna give one restart here. Okay.
Not that about yeah.
Whoa. Okay, so let's check it out.
Vsan loaded successfully.
Yeah, that's good news. So it kind of shoots up. Okay. Okay, so it's refreshing. There was an error unconfigured the Vsphere agent on this host. To solve the problem, reconnect the host. Oh, okay, connect. Right click. If I go for connection and connect. Override any resource management changes that were made directly on the host. Yeah, reconnect. Okay. Build summary. Okay. Next. What are we getting? Okay, next. Yeah, root. Permission to perform this operation was denied. Are you kidding me? Site 2, if we go. Oh, still not started.
Still not started. Yeah. Still not started. Yeah.
Okay. So the older hosts are not really starting properly. New one started right away. Alright. Oh, no, that's it. Site 4.
And you wanted the console to be off with all the machines, right? All of them, right?
Console to be?
To access the EXL host, you have to be disabled on all the machines, right? All the EXL file, right? I think so. It's enabled on EXercise 02.
No.
That's why we wait. Yeah, it will be given error.
Until they're fully added. Okay. Sign of life. Alright. It's alive. Okay.
Yeah, just a minute. Let me just check some. Yeah, done.
Yay. Okay, now we're good. You're going for the lockdown mode?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Double check. Double check.
Ah. You're right. Why? Okay, press enter. Why did I check? That's what I'm saying. And yeah, it doesn't actually save it. It's like it doesn't ask for a save. It's okay. We can just go to the other one.
Yeah.
Just simply disable the lockdown mode there as well. Wow, how could I forget this? And yeah, now we're good. Should be good.
Yeah, now it should be good. Yeah, now it should be good.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have to cancel this. And still, it's you know, the reconnection has to be done. So let's see. I hope our 60 days are not done already, and if that is the case, then the license would have been expired as well. But I'll go for reconnection again. Ooh, still popping up a lot. Now it seems to be EVC admission failed summary. Okay, let me check the licenses here. Are we good? No. Cannot synchronize host ESI2. There was error in configuring the Migrate agent on this host. To solve this problem, reconnect the host to Vcenter. Host can communicate with one or more of the nodes when the Vsan enables cluster. Well, the lockdown mode was enabled at that time, so we could just do another restart on ESI2. Oh man, that's gonna take forever. So, well,
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Well, the thing is that that's how it is configured, but other steps are time consuming, and if you suspend the machines, we can. Wait, you know what? I'll just check one host then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, since we're checking one host, let's check second. But E6i4 is okay. Why is this also disconnected? Cannot synchronize the host E6i4. Host cannot communicate with one or more. E6i4, and yeah, I didn't enable lockdown mode here. So it's EVC admission failed summary. Okay. Cancel. I go for EVC here, VMware EVC. It's enabled right now. I can disable it, but that also affects our fault tolerance. Although we tested it, we wanted to just see if it works, and temporarily if I disable it. Yay! Oh, for no reason we restarted these elephants. Oh man, really? Now, oh, okay. So it is still popping up with something else now, and it could be that the HA is just taking time to. Yeah, one error is gone actually. Vsphere agent for this host has an error. Vsphere agent cannot be installed or configured. Vsan network is not configured. Okay. All this happened when I enabled HA. Maybe I enabled HA too soon while the Vsan was still.
Yeah, I think so.
Configuring.
Yeah, I think so. Could be. Could be.
So I'll just keep HA off a little more. So Vsan could say, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, Vsan configuration got completed.
Yeah, Vsan tasks are done. It's just that Vsan should take its time, and the time should be given for it to fully be configured in the background, and then HA later, much later, should be introduced again. So, well, for as far as Vsan is concerned, that was all for that. And now the hosts, whenever they come back, they should just be fine.
Okay, this is standard. Okay, this is standard. Now coming one or more other nodes in the Vcenter.
Sorry, you were saying?
No, this is I think so. No, this is I think so because the other hosts are down, right? This error on EXF504.
So, yeah, well, we will only know when these guys are back up.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, on FDM it takes. Okay, that thing is done.
I went ahead. That's good fast.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. And customer's host, there was an error unconfigured. I'll check that invite cluster as well. And then Vsan services. So before this was Vsan services, now there is disk management as well. You're not finished or skip the cluster quick start. Vsan health checks are suppressed. So if I go to quick start, it just says that why don't you just go for Vsan HCL DB up to date. If I click that, so it pops up. Days since last update, all the versions on cluster are included. Update from file, get latest version online. We're not connected online, so this would not be possible. So there are some.
This might be native. You can connect online.
Yeah. Like you're saying, I can connect online now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just revalidating that again as well. So, okay, and I'll click that. I think it's done. Okay. Revalidate. Host issues, retrieving hardware info. HCL up to date. This is oh, 25.6 lowest in DB copy last updated. Okay, so that was 2 days ago. Checks the age of the VMware hardware compatibility guide database used for the HCL checks. Shows warning when it is older than 90 days. Hey, we just updated it 2 days ago. Or not. All XI versions on cluster are included in local HCL DB. Shows error when it's older than 180 days. VMware updates the VCG frequently, so it is important to keep the local copy up to date. So yeah, because of this, I think the cluster will not. Cluster not running. Yeah. Cluster basics done. Add hosts. Not configured hosts 3. Oh, with this. So this is the thing. And current time is 25.6. Oh, that's very old actually. Well, I think thought it's 25.3, 2021. Well, that could take good time to update, and we do have internet, so let's see how long that it takes. And so
Yep.
nice.
So I got to get going, guys. Are we going to meet next week?
Well, we can all email each other. If everyone says no, then we will not meet. So I will wait for everyone's email.
Okay. Well,
we can take a poll now.
what's the between the two of us? I definitely want to meet next week because we've already missed a couple of sessions.
That's actually not an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem, Dave.
Okay. I'll talk to you guys next week. I'll talk to you guys next week. Have a nice week, guys.
Bye.
Bye bye.
This is the way you can, it's a GSM file, Amir. I'm just trying to get it. You can download. You can upload the HTML via a file, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to download the. It's a JSON file.
Well, HCL list has to be updated. Well, we can just follow this step by step as well.
Yeah.
But I haven't really had to see this error before in 7, so it just went fine. Used to. So
Okay, so let's try this way. Bit profile.
is it the latest file?
Yeah. This thing is stuck. It gets stuck.
It has its unique requirements.
Recently, let's do this. We followed up this. We just registered. Okay. Operated. Yes.
All right. Woohoo. Man, you saved the day.
Okay, that's 3 about a date. Okay, this is done. All green?
Yeah, all green. So there was a quick start up there, the link.
It was
here. Yeah. No, that not skip. So revalidate is okay. Now it's a matter of time. It should be fine. So if we go to the summary, yeah, it should just refresh. Vsphere HA host. Now it's going for Vsphere. Yeah, Vsan still failed to extract performance charts data. Check Vsphere client logs or details. And Vsan health. That should. So you have not finished or skipped. So now what else is in quick start? Think configure. Okay, so configure network settings for view motion and vSAN traffic. Review and customize customer cluster the services and set up a vSAN data store. Really? Did we not do that? Okay.
You did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't make a switch for it.
We didn't?
No.
Yeah, we didn't connect it. Configure the distributed switches, vMotion traffic, storage traffic at option. Okay. Configure the distributed switches, wizard. Yeah. Configure networks. Configure networking settings later. Number of distributed switches 1. Yeah. Okay. So that's the configuration. D-switch for port plus vMotion network. Yes, it's actually not vSAN D-switch. We can use D-switch for anything. Okay, so that's the only options they're showing, which is cool. vSAN is also this. One uplink port. Next. Must be assigned to at least one physical adapter. Okay. Number of distributed switches, and it should be VMNIC 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's on ESXi 4. So distribute switch. Okay. This one. So the unit 1 is attached to multiple switches. Okay. vMotion traffic. Use VLAN, nope. Protocol IP is not actually DHCP, but if we go to static IPs, vMotion specify the IP address for the vMotion traffic. Distribute switch, blah blah blah. If I just let it take the
that's the default. Yeah, that's the default. What was there?
storage traffic is good. Advanced options, Vsphere DRS, fully automated, migration threshold 1. Well, we put it on 5, aggressive,
Okay.
and deployment type, Vsan options, data address, nah. We already gone through those options. Host options, lockdown mode disabled, yeah. Enhanced vMotion disabled, yeah. Next. Really? It's gonna let us go through this again. Okay, now this is not what we were supposed to do anyway, because overall these two, their status is still not accepted.
Just by reconnecting, it shouldn't disconnect. Just try reconnecting
we
again.
did not do that.
Yeah.
The fault tolerance turned on to a non-Vsphere HA enabled cluster. Okay, there were machines there that had fault tolerance turned on.
Yes. Okay.
So that is ESXi 2, right?
Right.
So what happens normally is we delete that machine that has the fault tolerance. So in order to get ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just do it. Oh, you're doing it? Okay. You're doing it? Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, what were you doing?
I was just logging into a 02. Yeah, that's what.
Okay, you can do. And here, virtual machines. Now.
Yeah, both 0.01. They have FT.
So, well, we just need to delete them for now.
Okay.
We know how FT works, and now we need to make it work. So. And these two machines, but on ESXi 3, none, right?
Let's check it.
ESXi 3, did you make FT on ESXi 3 as well?
Yeah, because the fault tolerance, maybe there'll be a residue machine out there.
Alright, so ESXi 3 would have the secondary. Oh, okay, you're also. Yeah, I think we're both desperate to get it working so we could enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. You want to create the machine again.
Yeah, whatever machine is there, it's because it's not. It may not show the status which one is. Oh, 4 and 1, yeah.
Yeah. 4 and 1.
Alright, now we can go ahead. So I'll just yeah, we're already connected here, so I'll click next anyway. Oh yeah, there you go. So, Okay, next.
Yes. Yes.
And next, and finish. And while this is connecting, I'll connect to the other one as well. Insufficient resources.
Insufficient resources.
No kidding. Cannot synchronize those. There was I was communicating Vsan. Memory exhaustion, Vcenter. Think it needs to be restarted again after all this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Okay.
Normally it just works, but if some error comes, then it's very stubborn on that.
It's good actually. Once error comes, at least you learn something more. I feel that way. You might be doing this day in day out. You might be doing this day in day out, but for me, it is like a new thing. I see an error, I enjoy it.
T-shoot.
Yeah. Yeah. So you work as a consultant also in some companies, or you just do training?
Yeah, I do consultancy. I have a full-time job, and also wherever I can take contracts. Plus this.
Okay. So when you're working exactly? In TD Bank?
I was in Scotia Bank before. Now I am working at Condo Authority, Ontario.
Which one? Condo
Authority, Ontario.
Oh, okay. So Vsan is utilized across data centers a lot?
Well, the banks would just stick to SAN. It's just that wherever they're expanding, some companies that are having low budget and they can't support any other features of SAN, they don't want to invest there. So then in that case, they go for Vsan as well. I haven't seen banks doing that. But it's a feature that is...
but banks don't have issue with budgets, I would say. Money is not a problem for them.
So it's for those companies. I haven't seen any company... Well, I haven't seen lots of companies, actually, but... obviously,
basically when you buy it, I'm just thinking aloud. I don't know if that's a way the market works. But when you buy machines for servers for VMware, you buy the slick machine, or you buy like a 2-disk machine maximum. You won't ask for so many bays also in the servers. Normally there'll be like a one use server or a 2 use server max.
Yes, and because of SAN, we don't need local disks. A lot of local disks.
That's what.
So otherwise, if anyone's using Vsan, it's for low budget, and I haven't gone to any company with that kind of scenario.
I'm just seeing the licensing price of VMware. It's pretty expensive.
Yes,
it's not
very
cheap.
Expensive. It is very stable platform, and that's why it's the leader in data center virtualization. So it's good.
But that way, 2016 wins over VMware because if you buy a 2016 enterprise license, Hyper-V is part of the package. It's free.
Yeah, so Microsoft is just trying to compete with VMware, but it's the reliability and stability that it cannot really reach.
Microsoft comes with its own bugs. Windows is Windows.
Exactly. Okay, It's on that.
This is the app. Okay, FDM starts with FDM.
The FDM part. It's just stuck on that, and I think 1 minute, and then it moves.
Okay, X803 is up.
Yay!
Yeah, this is up. X refresh. Okay.
It's connected. That's one improvement. E6i2, we need to actually connect.
Yeah, it's connected.
Oh, that also is connected. So then you can, if you can, you can keep the environment up for some time until it tries to. But what it say here is there was an error, unconfiguring.
VCLS2. Which is VCLS2?
VCLS2 are. So it says here Linux machines, hardware version,
Right.
and guest managed. So they're just managed by the.
For the cluster services.
Yeah. So they are created automatically with the cluster.
Right.
But the other one. Now these two hosts are. It's about HA. So if we acknowledge that and then it comes back, then obviously it's an error. Otherwise, we can just try to reduce the Vsan network is not configured. Host cannot communicate with one or more other nodes in the Vsan. Okay, well, network cluster configure and quick start. All required hosts are in maintenance mode. Are you kidding me?
Those are maintenance mode.
Serious. Okay, so I think when it was referring to quick start, it was referring to just its own error. There could be other quick start errors that are not related to Vsan. If I go to services and check it out, you have not finished or skipped the cluster. Quick start Vsan health checks are suppressed. Spotlight inside disabled, and oh, that's again customer experience program. Really, don't make it a. Is it making it a requirement? Actually it's not. I just clicked it. Just go back as well. Okay, V4 is not giving error, but I'll have to check on the E6i2 level why is it still. There was okay. One or more other nodes in Vsan enabled cluster. So it still keeps on saying it's not connected on the Vsan level. So that has to be. Okay. That was not there before. Host physical memory compliance check. All required hosts are in maintenance mode. Seriously? So not in maintenance mode. So reevaluate, revalidate. How are you reporting? This is wrong reporting now. And if I select that and maintenance mode, yeah, they're not, and they're connected. So that is wrong. But what they say is host cannot communicate with one or more other nodes in the Vsan enabled cluster. There was an error unconfigured the Vsphere HA agent on this host. To solve this problem, reconnect to the host to the Vcenter server. Well, this is also done actually, and it's not getting rid of it.
Let's log out or log in again.
From
this year.
Yeah,
Log
that would
out,
be
log in
also
again.
the dashboard is actually giving wrong information.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
652 still stubborn hosts and clusters. Yeah. It's VS. So this means that Vsan can be right now HA is disabled.
Disabled.
So we are kind of okay. But what we can do is we can just uncheck Vsan and then recheck Vsan again.
Okay.
And
Okay.
not click the. So
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Vsan services, and I'll just go down here. Vsan services, turn off Vsan. Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause powered on virtual machines to blah blah blah. Okay. So take Vsan configuration. And clusters is facing insufficient resources. Oh wow.
Memory is there. Memory is there.
27.
Memory.
CPU is bad. 100%. Okay, so
Zero 4 became green. 04 became green. 03 and 02. 03 and 02 are doing something.
now what? There was an error unconfiguring the Vsphere HA agent on this host. Okay, so it's just the HA did not hold agent. You know, we uninstalled, then reinstalled, then uninstalled. I mean, like enable and renable HA. So it's just stubbornly saying that okay, the agent was not able to install properly at that time. Well, if we want to still get rid of this, we can enable this and then install the agent and then uninstall again. We need to actually turn it off, keep it off, this HA, to enable Vsan. Right?
Okay.
So if it is able to deploy the HA on that host successfully, so this error will be gone. If it does not,
and there are no machines. And there are no machines. There are nothing out there. There are blank machines.
yeah. And oh right. Yeah. Now what?
Yeah.
That error is gone. But in order to enable Vsan, we have to disable this dude again.
Disable that. Okay.
So really, now it should properly first remove the agent and should not just say, "Oh, I was not able to remove the agent. What did you do?" So if the movement or all the recent tasks are stopped, then it's kind of okay to go ahead with the Vsan. So no movement here.
Right.
Which means that the agents would have been removed properly. If I go to summary of this, Vsan health alarms are suppressed. Yeah. Okay, so now we can just deploy the Vsan again while the HA is down. Single site cluster, next. No options here, next. Okay, that's where we had to define the disks. First of all disks are showing 2, 2, 2. Okay. And the second thing is one is marked as HDD and its capacity tier, other is flash and cache tier. So one is marked as HDD, capacity tier, flash, cache tier. Okay, now error is gone from here. So next, finish.
It takes time, right? It takes time, right? Yeah, that will take time. Yeah, that will take time. Well, the machine this guy gave me, the person you gave it, what was the name? I forgot the name. But a nice machine. Old machine, but yeah, performance is good.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. He has been selling to many other students, and they've been doing VMware and other big labs. But this is, the processors are 3.5?
3.5, yeah. 3.5, yeah.
You got lucky actually. I couldn't find that kind of machine.
It's actually the 8-year-old machine. It's actually the 8-year-old machine. 8 to 9-year-old machine.
Good, cool. Okay, refresh and check. There's scripter clusters. So no activity here in recent tasks. So I'll just go to the quick. Well, before that, I'll just go to the storage. So the Vsan data store actually is created. Memory exhaustion, Vcenter errors, Vsan health alarms. Health alarms suppressed is the main. And then, yeah, not finished. Just get quick start check. So before that, there's disk management here. Does it detect? If not, checking all disks. 0 of 2. Okay. So no disks are claimed.
Creating them.
The disks have to be claimed actually. 2 of 2 should be showing there. And it's still going for this. And fault domains. Well, fault domains is not. So this means that without quick start points to be tackled, it's not gonna really. Okay, this is wrong reporting, and that could be. That would require extra troubleshooting, or our nested environment for 7 is not able to really give this kind of information. Memory compliance check 6.6. Now if it's checking for some more features in the memory, so this is virtual, this is not physical, so it's not gonna go away, which means that we're kind of stuck here. So without these, it's not configured, and in nested environment, it's not. So this is totally wrong, and that's not going away. I will have to take a screenshot of it and check on my own environment as well.
Yep, maybe. I'll try to do it again.
With the video, you can follow up. And otherwise, Google this specific error. In a nested environment, if we cannot solve it, then we're kind of stuck with it. Then this is as far as we go, but the steps are exactly the same for our actual production environment as well.
Sure. I'll do some troubleshooting. I'll find some time and I'll figure out something.
You can update on WhatsApp as well, so we can work together as well.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on WhatsApp. Yeah. If you find something, if you work, I'm not going to work tomorrow, but maybe on Monday evening I'll start working on this.
Yeah, sure. If I find, I will let you know. Otherwise, you're fine. Let me know.
Sure.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night. All right. Good night.